Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Haar Disciples Baseball. My name is Tim Collins, and it is my pleasure to be with you today, this afternoon, June the 19th, 2021, for the final home game for the München-Haar Disciples, and they will be facing the Ulm Falcons. What you are witnessing right now is the meeting at home plate between Alex Tufts, Daniel Husband, the respective head coaches of the Disciples and the Ulm Falcons, as well as home plate umpire Stefan Hempfling, as well as the crew chief Dan DiBacco down the first baseline, and Andreas Boxleitner, the third base umpire. It is a hot, humid summer day. Summer came very suddenly here a couple of weeks ago. It had been cold and rainy all through May, and then since June has entered the calendar, it's been very warm and just beautiful. So it's a little bit hazy. It's that hot. It's humid. But it's a great day for baseball, and the fans are filing into the ballpark here. The Haar Disciples are still fighting for a playoff spot. They currently are in 5th place behind the Mannheim Tornadoes. Overall, the standings in the Bundesliga South this year, Heidenheim with their win over Regensburg yesterday, they are in first place at 22-3. Regensburg following up at 21-4. Stuttgart is in third place. They are 14-10. The Mannheim Tornadoes currently in 4th place at 13-11. They, however, are playing Stuttgart today, a doubleheader. Haar 12-12. Mainz Athletics are 8-16. The Tübingen Hawks 7 wins and 17 losses. And in the caboose of the Bundesliga South, the Ulm Falcons, no wins in 24 games. They've lost 24 consecutive games. And so the Haar Disciples certainly hoping to get a sweep today, but nothing is secure in the Bundesliga. The meeting is over with. So the Disciples, they need a sweep today, and they need to go to Mannheim next weekend and sweep as well. And even then, it might still not be enough, as there's still the outcome of a suspended game in which Mannheim had a wide lead. I don't remember exactly what it was, but it was something like 11-4. And the 9th inning of that game still needs to be played, and that will be played if it has an impact on the standings. And for that to be the case, the Disciples will need to win all the rest of their games, as well as Stuttgart probably would need to defeat Mannheim today twice. So everything is still up in the air with regards to the 3rd and 4th place positions in the Bundesliga South. And the Disciples certainly have a chance, as they are going to take the field momentarily. They are congregated off to the left on the third base side of the field. And this game, scheduled to begin at 1 p.m., is going to start a couple minutes after. It's now 1:02, but the umpires have taken their position. Alex Tufts, the head coach of the Haar Disciples, is giving his final words of encouragement to the Disciples before they will take the field. And a couple of fans trying to avoid the sun. You know, in past home games, you try to seek out the sunny spots because it was cool in the shade. Well, today it's the opposite. It's blisteringly hot in the sun, but in the shade it's slightly more tolerable with that nice breeze coming around from left to right. The Disciples taking a while there on the left side of the field, but now they're going to bring it in and set their goal for the afternoon, and they will take the field in just a moment. And there they go, taking the field for the final home game of the 2021 season, a season that opened with no fans allowed in the ballpark. And then the last 3 home games, finally fans have been allowed here in Haar to come and enjoy the festivities. And so Luke Steinlein is going to toe the rubber, and you see him taking the mound in your picture. He'll be working with catcher Will Thorpe. The rest of the defensive alignment for the Disciples, a slightly different look today. Francisco Riestra is at third, that's normal. Nate-Sean Thomas is at short, that's normal. Juan Infante, however, is playing second base. And Miguel Pinheiro will play first base. So that's a little bit of a new look on the infield. Infante has been great. He's played all over the diamond for the Disciples, and he's been very good pretty much wherever they've put him. So he's playing second base today. The outfield from left to right is Titus van Kopf, David Dinsky in center field, and Niels Schmidt in right field. The lineup that Luke Steinlein is going to face begins with the center fielder for the Ulm Falcons, Michael van der Rijp. And then Marcus Melendez, the catcher, bats second. Mike Emmerich, the third baseman, will bat third. Efthymios Flüge, the shortstop, is going to bat cleanup. Chris Emmerich playing first base. He's going to bat fifth. Lucas Antoniuk, the designated hitter, will bat 6th. And Luigi Cinardi, the right fielder, is going to bat 7th. Malik Reinhardt is playing second base. He's batting 8th. And Thomas Geiger, the left fielder, is going to bat 9th. The Ulm Falcons are going to send Thomas Kruger to the mound. So that will be the counterpart for Luke Steinlein. Steinlein this year, he's had some ups and downs, but lately he's been mostly up. He's been very good. ERA of 3.81 in 52 innings, 20 walks, 48 strikeouts. And he turned in a very, very good performance against the Heidenheim Heidekip a couple of weeks ago, in which the Disciples actually swept that two-game set against the leading Bundesliga South team, the Heidenheim Heidekip. Of course, Heidenheim rolling over Regensburg last night. And so this game is set to begin. Michael van der Rijp is going to step up to the plate. Steinlein working from the stretch. First pitch coming at 1:05, and it is called strike one. Van der Rijp hitting at 320 in 80 plate appearances. He's got 24 hits and 75 at-bats, including a home run. Excuse me, he's got 2 home runs. And that's strike 2 over the outside corner, 0-2 from Steinlein to Michael van der Rijp. First of 2 games today. There's a tapper slowly hit. Thomas has to charge, throws from the grass, and just gets the hustling van der Rijp at first. Thomas very nonchalant about that, but still got him by a step. Take another look at this. Van der Rijp was out in front of the pitch and rolled it over slowly to short. And Thomas has gotten very good at doing that charge and glove it with one hand, make the transfer, throw on the run move. And so there's the first out of the inning, and that'll bring up Marcus Melendez. And Melendez pops one foul. That's going to be over the screen, out of play. Strike 1 on Melendez. Melendez hitting .353. He's got 2 home runs, 3 triples, 4 doubles. So hitting for some power. 21 hits and 63 at-bats. He's walked 12 times and struck out 15. And a good breaking ball hits the corner, 0-2 from Steinlein to Marcus Melendez. That pitch is outside. First ball thrown by Steinlein. There's another ground ball to short. This one kicks away from Thomas. He spins and recovers, but this time he will have no play. That ball was stung off the bat of Melendez, but it was right at Nate Thomas, and that's going to go down as an E6. Okay, they scored it a hit. All right, well, I'll give you base hit. It was hit hard, but it was right at Nate Thomas. And so now Mike Emmerich will step up to the plate. Emmerich hitting .344. He's got a home run. And he skies that one to right center field. Dinsky drifting back. He's underneath it, and he makes the catch. That's out number 2. And that'll bring up Efthymios Flüge, Timmy Flüge, as he is known affectionately. Flüge, former member of the Heidekip. He's also got power. In fact, he's the leading dinger hitter. He's got 4 of them for the Ulm Falcons. Hitting at .308. They have some hitters on this team. Hitting has not been the problem. Steinlein set, and the pitch. That's inside, ball 1. Melendez is the runner on first base. He has only attempted twice to steal, and he was caught one of those times. Very short lead. Not going. The pitch is high, 2-0 to Flüge. And that pitch is low. Steinlein falling behind 3-0. 2 down, runner on first base. Melendez was credited with a single. And there's a strike on the inside corner, 3-1, fastball. Fluge was looking for something more out over the plate, and that pitch was running in on his hands, so he let it go by. Wise decision. Three balls, one strike. 2 down, runner on first. That ball's ripped down the line, but he yanked it foul. That's strike 2 up against the batting cage. Don't think he quite got the barrel. He might have hit that off the end of the bat, did Fluge. Don't forget, you can chat with me in the YouTube window. There's the chat on the upper right corner. You have to be logged in, of course, to be able to do that. But send me your questions auf Deutsch or auf English. This is mir egal. 3 balls, 2 strikes. And the runner goes. The pitch is inside for ball 4. And so 2 on with 2 outs. That'll bring up Chris Emmerich. Chris is hitting at .290. 9 hits in 31 at-bats. But of his 9 hits, he does have 1 double. So Steinlein has allowed a single, a generously scored one, and a walk. 2 down for the right-handed hitting first baseman Chris Emmerich. And a breaking ball catches the corner, strike 1. The breeze is blowing from left to right. I have a feeling it's kind of blowing in today, so it will knock down any high fly balls. Runners lead first and second. 0-1 on Emmerich. Strike 2, very top of the zone, again with that curveball, 0-2. Steinlein, a couple of breaking pitches to start Chris Emmerich here after 2 are on via the walk and single. And the 0-2. Popped up, shallow center field. Dinsky barely needs to move, and he's got it for out number 3. Steinlein pitches around a single and a walk. No runs, 1 hit, no errors. 2 left on base at the end of a half inning of play here in Haar. It is the Ulm Falcons nothing, and the Haar Disciples coming to bat. This is Haar Disciples Baseball, präsentiert vom Gesundheitsunternehmen MSD. Thomas Kruger is going to take the mound for the Ulm Falcons. And the right-hander in 21 2/3 innings, an ERA of around 14. He's given up 60 runs, but only 34 have been earned. So that tells you the story. He's walked 27. That's more than innings pitched. He struck out 20, however. That's a good number. So if you can get those walks down, he's got the stuff to strike people out every now and then. He's allowed 48 hits, but clearly the defense has also let him down, as the 60 runs compared to 34 earned runs would imply. But he's going to be working with the defensive alignment behind the plate, Marcus Melendez, and the third baseman is Michael Emmerich. Efthymios Fluge is playing shortstop. The second baseman is Malik Reinhardt. First baseman is Chris Emmerich. In the outfield, from left to right, you have Thomas Geiger, and then Michael van der Rijp in center field, and Luigi Cinardi is in right field. The Ulm Falcons, earlier in the season, they did have a number of players from Switzerland, but Switzerland has started their Bundesliga play this weekend, and those players have gone home. That's kind of nice for the ones who were from there. They get to play almost a full season in Germany, and then they can go home and play a full season in Switzerland. So you almost get 2 seasons in one if you're one of those players. And, of course, that's how you get better, by playing more. That's always the big challenge in Europe. It's difficult to play ball games during the week. In fact, it's virtually impossible. And so you're limited to the weekends when the weather is good. And so it's a 28-game season. So the Disciples are going to start their lineup with Nate Sean Thomas. It'll be Thomas, Riestra, and Thorpe, 1, 2, 3. David Dinsky, Enzo Mushik, the DH, and Juan Infante, 4, 5, 6. Miguel Pinheiro, Titos von Kopf, and Niels Schmidt, 7, 8, 9. Nate Thomas having a phenomenal year with the bat as the first pitch bounces in for a ball. Thomas has 4 home runs. He had a grand slam last weekend in Tübingen. 4 home runs, 2 triples, 5 doubles, an OPS of over 1,000 for Nate. Switch hitter batting from the left side. And he rolls over that one. A couple of big bounces to the first baseman, Emmerich, who takes it himself. 3 unassisted, and that's out number 1. Chopped that one right into the dirt in front of the lip of the grass at home plate. And that's an easy play for Emmerich. And so now Francisco Riestra will step up to the plate. Riestra has been great for the Disciples. 273 batting average. Not a lot of power, but he does spray the ball all over. He's got 24 hits. He's also walked 11 times. Does not strike out all that much. 11 times in over 100 plate appearances. And he lines that one towards the gap in right center field, but it's going to be cut off by the right fielder Chinardi, who had to reach up and grab that one. Hit hard by Riestra. Watch this one again on the instant replay. First pitch swinging, fastball down the middle, put a good solid stroke on it, and Chinardi had to read that ball correctly in order to make the play. If he misreads that, it's going to go over his head, no question. So now Will Thorpe steps up to the plate. Thorpe hitting at 440. That ain't too bad. He's got a home run. The number that really jumps out at you about Thorpe is that he's been hit 12 times. There's a fastball upstairs, ball 1. One ball, no strikes to Will. Thomas Kruger has only thrown a handful of pitches. He's already got 2 down. There's a pitch right down the pipe. 1 ball, 1 strike. Thorpe trying to just make him work a bit. Thorpe with 33 hits in 75 at-bats. He has also walked 16 times and, like I mentioned, been hit 12 times. That is by far the most on the Disciples. Right-hand hitter with power. That one just missed outside. 2 balls and a strike. Thomas Kruger trying to pitch a 1-2-3 first inning. And Thorpe asked for time. Two and 1. Fly ball, right center field, long run for Chinardi. He's going back. He's at the warning track. He reaches up and he can't get it. It bounces against the wall. Thorpe is rounding second, headed for third, and he's going to make it standing with a 2-out triple. Well, Thorpe hit the ball very high in the air, and Chinardi cut over first and then realized it was going to be deeper than he thought. Didn't really sound all that great off the bat. Sometimes when you hear that crack, you can tell, but Chinardi first cutting over, then having to go back. And the ball was over his head. That's a triple for Thorpe. And so 2 down, and the Disciples have a runner in scoring position. That'll bring up David Dinsky. Dinsky having a great year. 329 batting average. He's got 2 home runs, 28 hits and 85 at-bats. He's also walked 17 times. And the pitch is up and in, ball 1. So Thorpe a 2-out triple. Trying to give the Disciples a rally here in the bottom of the first. No score. Kruger, the right-hander, works from the stretch. And Melendez sets up outside. The pitch is tapped foul at the plate. That's strike one. 1 ball, 1 strike. Now, somebody asked a question in the chat, how many fans are allowed to come to the ballpark. I actually don't know. Before it had been up to a maximum, I think, 200 or 250. There's a breaking ball that's too high. 2 balls and a strike. People are still filing into the park. Two balls, 1 strike. Runner on third base is Thorpe. He's got a running lead. The breaking ball is grounded down to third. Emmerich fields, throws across, his throws low, scooped by Chris Emmerich on the back end. And so the brothers put it together to make a nice play to end the inning. 5-3 goes the putout, and the Disciples are turned away after the 2-out triple by Thorpe. No runs, a hit, no errors, 1 left. 1 complete. This is Haar Disciples Baseball, präsentiert vom Gesundheitsunternehmen MSD. We are scoreless going to the second. Welcome back to the top of the second inning. No score, and for the Ulm Falcons, they will send 6, 7, and 8. Lucas Antoniuk, who swings and misses, to be followed by Luigi Chinardi and Malik Reinhardt against Luke Steinlein. Steinlein allowed a walk and a hit in the first inning, and Antoniuk looks at a ball outside. Antoniuk this year hitting at .304, 3 home runs, 5 doubles, so he's got power. OPS of 863. And he hits a roller to short. And Thomas fumbles this one again, picks it up, throws to first, and just got him. Well, Thomas having a little trouble finding the handle on the ball today, but that one he was able to recover and make the throw in time to get Antoniuk, who was lumbering down the line. Let's watch that again on the replay as Luigi Chinardi will step up to the plate. Chinardi hitting at 171. He's got 2 doubles among his 6 hits. 6 hits and 35 at-bats. He has walked 11 times, however. So he has shown some patience. And Chinardi, right-hand hitter. Steinlein deals. Slapped foul, strike 1. 1 down. We are in the top of the second inning. First game of a doubleheader. It is a hot and humid summer afternoon. Feels like the dog days of August, and as far as the season is concerned, it really is. We're on the second to last weekend of the regular season as Steinlein misses outside with a ball. 1 ball, 1 strike. This is the final home game for the Disciples in this season, barring a playoff appearance, which they still have hope for. They need to win both games today, and they really need to win both games in Mannheim next weekend. And then they may not even have enough. They would still need to complete that suspended game versus Mannheim. 2-1 pitch to Antoniuk. Fly ball foul off to the right, 2-2. But there is hope for the Disciples. Of course, Mannheim and Stuttgart are playing each other today. So there is a bit of scoreboard watching to do if you're a fan. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Just missed inside. Fastball. Steinlein thought he had the call. Let's watch that last pitch one more time. Well, not sure I'm going to have the time to show you. Well, there it is. Boy, that sure looked like it was right there. The payoff. That one is in there for strike 3, breaking ball. And that's the first strikeout. So he went to the breaking ball in 3-2. And you see that one right to the mitt. And Antoniuk is rung up. 2 down, and that will bring up Malik Reinhardt. Reinhardt, the second baseman, the number 8 hitter in the order. And he is hitting at .250, 3 hits in 12 at-bats. Does have a double. There's a strike. Nothing in 1 on Reinhardt. That's outside. 1 ball, 1 strike. Swing and a miss. And the count 1-2. Reinhardt trying to yank a pitch that was on the outside of the plate. 1 ball, 2 strikes, 2 down. And the curve. Got him looking. Strike 3 on the outside corner. 2 consecutive paint jobs by Steinlein to get through the inning. 1, 2, 3 go the Ulm Falcons. Watch that one again. We go to the bottom of the 2nd inning. No score between Haar and Ulm. This is Haar Disciples Baseball, presented from Gesundheitsunternehmen MSD. To the bottom of the 2nd inning we go. No score between the Ulm Falcons and the Haar Disciples. And Enzo Mushik will start things off. Mushik, the designated hitter, he's batting 5th. 5, 6, and 7. Mushik, and then Juan Infante and Miguel Pinheiro against Thomas Kruger, who got through the 1st inning after allowing a 2-out triple to Will Thorpe. And Mushik steps up there. He's got a batting average of .229. And the pitch is right through there for a strike, 0-1. One strike on Enzo Mushik, leading things off here in the bottom of the 2nd inning. And Kruger deals. Breaking ball, a little bit low. 1 ball, 1 strike. Greetings to Venezuela. Hello, hello. Elida Briceño. I hope I said your name right. Thank you for watching from Venezuela, cheering on Francisco Riestra. Pitches inside, 2 balls and a strike. We get watchers, viewers, Zuschauer, from all over the world on these broadcasts, and it's really a pleasure for me to see you guys and say hello and interact in the chat. Feel free to do so. 2 balls and a strike on Mushik, and Kruger deals fastball, just missed outside. And Melendez holding it there an extra second or two to try to drive home his point that he did not agree that that pitch was not called a strike. 3-1 on Mushik, leading things off. And here comes the 3-1. Hit off the end of the bat on one hop to the shortstop Fluge, who picks it, fires to first, and gets Mushik. That was a good play by Efthymios Fluge. The ball was hit off the end of the bat, and it's difficult to read just how hard it's hit when it's hit right at you like that. And Fluge stayed with it and managed to grab it somewhat of an in-between hop. You see that? You want to be careful not to get hit in the face by a ball like that, that's for sure. So Fluge makes the makes the play rather. Gets the assist, and that'll bring up one Infante. Pitches inside. 1 ball, no strikes. Infante, right-hand hitter. He's been really great for the Disciples this year as well, along with Riestra. Infante has done some pitching. He's played some outfield. Today he's playing second base. And he's gotten some key hits, hitting at .264. Mostly a singles hitter, but you can pretty much rely on him to get the bat on the ball. The 2-0, that's a pitch right down the pipe, and the count 2-1. Infante in the game against Heidenheim a couple weeks ago threw out Sasha Lutz at home plate. That was a huge play. It was in the first inning, and it kept the game scoreless. That was a game the Disciples eventually won 2-0. And he drives that one high in the air, deep left center field. Way back towards the gap is Geiger. That's over his head, and it lands on the warning track. Infante is cruising into second base with a double. So a triple in the first inning for Thorpe, a double here in the second inning for Infante. The Disciples have 2 hits, both for extra bases. This time with 1 out. Take a look at the pitch. It was actually up and in, and he managed to get around on it and drive it deep into the gap in left center field. And I mentioned the wind is blowing in, or it seems like it would hold up anything hit in the air. So that ball was actually quite well tagged as the hitter Miguel Pinheiro, today playing first base, he steps up to the plate. Well, it's the Venezuelan connection for the Disciples. You have Infante, Riestra, and Pinheiro, who is late on that first fastball. Swing and a miss, strike 1. Pinheiro hitting .222, 12 hits and 54 at-bats, but he's got 3 doubles, and most of the time when he shoots the gap, it's going to be the opposite field. That's his game plan. Infante on second base, and the pitch. In the dirt, good block by Melendez. 1 ball, 1 strike. One ball, 1 strike. Thomas Kruger dealing with Miguel Pinheiro, the number 7 hitter for the Disciples. And the 1-1. Popped up, foul territory off to the right. Emmerich giving it a look. Will it stay in play? It looks like it will. And he's unable to make the catch as he was getting very close to the temporary fence that is set up to block the bullpen mound from the dugout. And he didn't want to run into that railing over there, and he couldn't catch the ball. So it's going to be a strike. 1 ball and 2 strikes on Miguel Pinheiro. So Pinheiro gets another break. You know, that could be scored in error. I suppose it depends on what happens next. I'll update you on that later. It's not so important at the moment. 1 ball, 2 strikes on Miguel. This one in the dirt and taken off for third. Infante, the throw. He's in there. Wild pitch advances the runner. That ball, that was a heck of a block by Melendez just to get some part of his body in front of that ball. Look where it bounces. That was a 52-footer. Or a 14-meterer. I don't know what the exact conversion of that distance would be. Feel free to do the math and let me know in the chat. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Now the Disciples have a runner at third with only 1 out. 2-2 on Pinheiro. The infield is back. They would give up a run to get an out. And that pitch is inside and high. Full count now. Infante doubled, moved to third on the wild pitch. That's where he is. There's 1 out. Goes after Mushik. hit a ground ball to short that was turned into an out on a nifty play by Pfluger. And there's ball 4 up high, and so Pinheiro takes a walk. First and third for the Disciples. That'll bring up Titus van Kopf. Van Kopf with the bat, not having a great year. 3 hits in 24 at bats, and he's only walked once, so he's got an on-base percentage of only 160. He's done better than that in the past. I have a feeling he's been battling some nagging injuries, but that's not something I remember exactly offhand. At any rate, he's generally a little bit better with the bat than his numbers this year would indicate. He's got runners on first and third. Infield back looking for a double play, and the pitch is down the pipe for a strike. Van Kopf, where's the number 6? Looks down at Tufts, the third base coach. I do not expect any base running shenanigans here from the Disciples. Thomas Kruger, a guy who gives up a lot of hits, a lot of runs. Sometimes you're better off just playing it straight up. And the pitch is high. 1 ball, 1 strike now on Titus van Kopf. No score, bottom of the second inning. Disciples have runners on first and third. And Kruger comes set. The pitch. Just missed inside, 2-1. Well, that was the same pitch that Thorpe and Steinlein thought they had last inning, so I guess as long as it's consistent, that's all you want. 2 balls, 1 strike to Titus van Kopf. Pinheiro, the runner on first base. He's being held on by Chris Emmerich. And there's a pop fly very high in the air. It's going to stay playable. This is going to be caught by Antoniuk. Runner tags from third. The throw coming to the plate, and he is safe. The throw was a little bit to the left of home plate. It was a pretty good scoop by Melendez to scoop the bounce throw and then sweep the glove across to try to catch Infante on his way by, but he could not do so. And the Disciples lead 1-0 on a sac fly off the bat of Titus van Kopf. That's the second out. Watch this again. The throw was coming in. That ball was in pretty deep left field. Antoniuk showing a very good arm. If the throw is on the money, they have a real chance to get Infante at the plate. As it is, the Disciples lead 1-0, and now Niels Schmidt, the hitter. Schmidt takes the ball high. Schmidt, the number 9 man in the order. He drilled a home run last week against Tübingen. That's his only homer of the year. He also has a triple, hitting 152. Big, strong right-hand hitter. Pinheiro on first base is not going. The pitch is low. 2 balls and no strikes from Thomas Kruger. So Titus van Kopf with a sac fly gives the Disciples the lead. And that ball is drilled high and deep to center field. Way back goes Van der Rijp, and he's looking up. That ball, it ends up over the fence as well as Van der Rijp, and I think that ball is gone. Schmidt is circling the bases, but we saw that a couple weeks ago. Van der Rijp racing back, and he tripped over that temporary construction fence. The ball landed on the other side, and that is a dinger, and that is a long one at that. Over 400 feet from Niels Schmidt. The Disciples lead 3-0. Van der Rijp racing way back. Let's watch that on the replay. And he really, that one had the sound. I mentioned when Thorpe hit the triple, it didn't really sound like he got it. That one had the sound, and Van der Rijp and the ball both ending up on the other side of the fence. And Daniel Husband is out to have a chat with his pitcher, Thomas Kruger. So Niels Schmidt, I told you he had power, and then he demonstrated it right there. That is not an easy thing to do, go deep here in center field. It's now happened. Officially, it's happened 4 times this season, but really 3 of the 4, 1 out of those 4 did not actually go over the center field fence. It was just called such. And so I'm going to just say unofficially, that's the 3rd ball that's gone over the center field fence this year. So the Disciples lead 3-0, excuse me, here in the bottom of the second inning. And so That'll turn the lineup over. Nate-Sean Thomas will step up to the plate. Still waiting for the scoreboard to update. Swing and a miss by Nate Thomas. Thomas grounded out his first time over 1. Left-hand hitter with power, and that pitch is low. 1 ball, 1 strike. And there we go. The easy score has finally updated. 3-0 Disciples. 1 ball, 1 strike, 2 down. And Thomas takes one. That bounced, and then it hit him. And then he threw the bat away and nearly took out the umpire who was going to jump out in front. So, Thomas hit by a pitch. So, 2 down, Riestra stepping up to the plate. Riestra drove a ball to deep right field his first time, but a nice catch in right field by Chinardi was made. And so 2 down, runner on first base. And here it comes. There goes the runner. Fly ball off to the right, fouled ground, being chased by Emmerich, and he can't quite reach this one. That would have been an excellent over-the-shoulder catch had he done it. But it was out of his reach. Strike 1 on Riestra. Fans still showing up. It's like Dodger Stadium here. Everybody gets here in the 2nd inning. Although you don't have the excuse of bad traffic. I don't know. Maybe everybody, they wanted to get their Frühschoppen in first. 1 strike the count. Thomas on first base. He was off and running on one of the previous pitches. And there he goes again. This one is up and behind Riestra, and Thomas in standing. So he steals second base. Absolutely no chance for Melendez to make a throw on that one. Riestra with a runner in scoring position now, 2 down, 1-1. And Geiger's pitch. That's shot foul off to the right, 1-2. Well, if you like beer gardens, there's no reason not to come to a ball game. And who doesn't like beer gardens? Nice relaxed atmosphere. We got burgers cooking, lots of food. We also have a new sponsor, Plenty of Meat. It's a vegan cuisine, and I got to say, the chicken nuggets are good. I ate a whole plate of them. There's a ground ball slowly hit towards third. Emmerich, gloves, throws off balance on a bounce, and Riestra beats it easily. Thomas, with very good base running, waited for the throw to go to first before he went from second to third. So that's an infield base hit for Riestra. Thomas moves to third, and the Disciples have first and third for Will Thorpe. Thorpe his first time tripled to deep right center field. And Thorpe has been, even though he has 1 home run this year, he has 7 doubles, and that was his 3rd triple of the year. So he really has been very productive. It's not always just about home runs. This is a Disciples lineup that has been circular from 1 to 9. They've been strong. There goes the runner, breaking ball taken for a strike, no throw. Riestra steals second base uncontested. 2 stolen bases in the inning. That's by design. Melendez fakes the throw to see if they can catch Thomas to, get off the bag at third, but Thomas was planted there. He was not going anywhere. Now a base hit for Thorpe could give the Disciples a 5-0 lead. They've scored 3 runs so far. A sac fly and a 2-run bomb off the bat of Niels Schmidt. 0-1 on Thorpe. In the dirt, that's a heck of a block by Melendez. Melendez has done that 3 or 4 times this inning alone, and those are pitches, it's not like they're short hopping the plate. They're bouncing in well in front of the batter's box, and he's somehow able to get his body all the way over there. Of course, it helps that Kruger is not throwing 100-mile-an-hour slider. That would make it much more difficult. 1 ball, 1 strike on Will Thorpe. And Kruger was set and was ready to throw, but Thorpe wasn't in the box, and that pitch does not count. And the home plate umpire, Hempfling, indicating nothing. You know, sometimes umpire will actually step away from home plate to make it really obvious. But that's actually not a bad idea. Kruger thinking that Thorpe was out of the box without actually having time. It's a good time to try and throw a pitch. 1 ball, 1 strike, because that last pitch did not count. Here it comes. Foul to the screen, and Thorpe had a heck of a rip. 1 ball and 2 strikes to count. The Disciples with 3 runs on 3 hits in this inning. Infante doubled. He scored on the Van Kopf fly ball, and then Pinheiro had walked. He scored on the Schmidt home run. 2-2. That's ripped foul. Look out over near the food shop. Now, Thorpe was right on that hanging breaking pitch. Two balls, 2 strikes. Runners on second and third. 2 down. Bottom of the second. Final home game of the regular season for the Disciples. And Thorpe swings and foul tipped it just out of the mitt of Melendez. Just got a piece. Pitch running away. There's Dinsky crossing over in front of your screen to go retrieve the ball. Flips it back to the home plate umpire, Hempfling. 1 ball and 2 strikes to count. And that pitch floats high, and the count now even 2 balls and 2 strikes.
Let's go!
2-2. Thomas at third. Riestra at second. That one hits Thorpe. He's been hit. That's the 13th time he's been hit by a pitch this year. And he is by far the Disciples leader in that painful statistic. I don't think that one really hurt him all that much, however. So bases loaded now, David Dinsky. Dinsky, the 9th batter of the inning, as Thomas Kruger is seeing things unravel here in the second inning. Dinsky grounded to third his first time. Now he's got the bases loaded with 2 down. Thomas, Riestra, and Thorpe the base runners. Thorpe not being held on at first. The first pitch is high for ball 1. Give a shout out to Pem Giordano. Thank you very much. Watching from Boston. That's where I was born. Born in Boston. Yours truly. Beantown. Though I'm a Yankees fan. Sorry. The 1-0. That's high. 2-0. This is a spot where the Disciples, and particularly Dinsky, who's the hitter, needs to be patient. You have Kruger, a pitcher who's most definitely on the ropes, but you don't want to be over anxious and get yourself out. 2-0, bases loaded. And it's popped foul out of play. He had a good cut on a good pitch to hit. 2 balls and 1 strike. Ballpark filling up nicely. Starting to get a little bit more background buzz in the microphone. 2 balls and 1 strike. Bases loaded, bottom of the second inning. 2 down. Disciples already leading 3-0. Here's the 2-1. And that one missed low. 3 balls and a strike. My apologies to any and all Red Sox fans if you're offended by my Yankees fandom. Thank you, Pam. But, of course, I mean it all in good fun. There's a line drive. That's a base hit to left field. Thomas coming around. Riestra is getting waved home. The throw goes to second base. Thorpe is back. 2 runs are in on the run-scoring single off the bat of David Dinsky, and the Disciples lead 5-0. And Daniel Husband is going to make a pitching change. This is his second trip to the mound, so that is it for Thomas Kruger. So he will go 1 2/3 innings. and he's responsible for all the base runners right now. We will take a short break and let you know what's going to happen. This is Haar Disciples Baseball, presented from Gesundheitsunternehmen MSD. So the new pitcher for the Ulm Falcons is the right-hander Dan Emil. Emil has numbers that look fairly similar to the man he's replacing in 23 innings. 49 earned runs, 18 walks, 11 strikeouts. So it hasn't been pretty, but then again, the Ulm Falcons are a team, they've sort of been in and out of the Bundesliga the past 4 years or so, and they're one of those teams in Germany that's trying to build the program, as Emil comes in with a first pitch curveball strike to Mushik. Bases loaded, 5-0 Disciples. Runners on first and second. Thorpe is at second. Dinsky is at first. This ball's popped foul off to the right, 0-2. Mushik started the inning by grounding out, and actually his ground out was converted on a nice play on the back end by the shortstop Fluge. After that, Infante double, and then a walk, then a sac fly, then a home run, hit batter, single, hit batter, single. Pitching change. That's how the inning has gone for the Falcons, and the pitch fouled away, breaking ball, and Mushik waiting on it and flicks it off to the right. Still no balls and 2 strikes. Yeah, if you're wherever you're watching from, I'd love to know. Right in the YouTube chat, all you have to do is log in, and then you can tell me where you are in the world. We've already checked Boston, Massachusetts off the list. Venezuela has been checked off. Obviously, there are people watching from Germany. 0-2 on Mushik. Fouled away. Still 0-2. This big hole on the left side is Fluge, the shortstop, is shading Mushik up the middle. And Dan Emil, the right-hander, inheriting runners on first and second. So far, all 5 runs have been charged, obviously, to Thomas Kruger. 5 hits, 1 walk. He did not strike a batter out. He pitched 53 pitches as the runners sort of dancing both off the bases, and time called. Not sure who called that. Actually, the Stefan Hempfling, the umpire, called time, and then Mushik raised his hand. Wonder if maybe the catcher did it. But with both runners dancing around off the bases, Emil wanting a reset, and he gets one. 0-2 to Mushik. And that's cracked to left field, a base hit. Thorpe is being waved around. Antonio comes up throwing, and Thorpe will score. It is 6-0 Disciples. RBI single off the bat of Enzo Mushik. Dinsky stopped at second base on the play. The Disciples continuing the inning. That is now going to bring the 11th batter to the plate in the inning. Watch this on the replay. Mushik on 0-2, and he was able to get the bat barrel to that one and lined it past the third baseman, Emmerich. So now one Infante. Infante doubled with one out. In fact, there was one out before any of the scoring started this inning. The Disciples scoring 5 runs. And in fact, they've scored 5 of the 6 runs, rather. It's 6-0. All of that with 2 outs. Infante takes a pitch in there for a strike, a little breaking ball. Infante's double was to deep left field. No balls, 1 strike. Dinsky, a very fast runner at second. Mushik is at first. Ground ball left side, and a diving stop by Emmerich. His throw to second goes off the glove of Reinhardt. And now coming home to score is Dinsky. Headed to third is Mushik. 7-0. That's going to be an error to allow the run to score. It's going to be probably a fielder's choice. Infante reaching on a fielder's choice. But then the error allows the runner to score. We'll see how they describe that. Fielder's choice and an error, right?
No hit.
No hit? Okay. Well, they gave him a base hit on that. So Infante is now 2 for 2 as the hitter Miguel Pinheiro steps up. The Disciples lead 7-0. I have to show you the other scoreboard because it takes a while for the easy score to update, especially when there's complicated scoring plays. There's a ground ball to short. Fluge makes the play and gets the out at first. So we're going to go to the third inning with the Disciples leading 7-0. Disciples scoring 7 runs, and we'll figure out all the totals on that. I think they had 7 runs on 6 hits. Let's check. Let me see if I can read my own handwriting here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 hits. Yeah, 7 runs on 6 hits. There was definitely an error, and there were 2 left on base. We're going to the third inning. 7-0 Haar Disciples. This is Haar Disciples Baseball, presented from Gesundheitsunternehmen MSD. We go to the third inning, and Steinlein's pitch is low to Thomas Geiger. Geiger, the number 9 hitter, then the top of the order, Michael van der Rijp and Marcus Melendez. This ball drilled to right center field. Dinsky drifting over, makes the catch. Now, Dinsky when he gets a good read on the ball like that, he just drifts over and makes it look easy. At first off the bat, it looks like that ball might go to the gap, but then you watch Dinsky and you're like, nope, he got it. So a fly out to center field. There's one away. That'll bring up Michael Van Der Rijp. Van Der Rijp grounded to shortstop the first time to start the ball game. One down, top of the third. The Disciples are leading 7-0. I got to show you the correct scoreboard there. It takes a minute for the easy score thing to update, especially there was a fielder's choice and some errors and a bunch of scorekeeping that needs to be taken care of. And it takes a while for all that to get entered in as Van Der Rijp swung and missed at that first pitch. That one missed inside and high, 1-1. That's also why the base and ball and strike situation on the right side is incorrect. Sorry, I keep clicking on the wrong button. There's a ground ball, pulled to left side, diving play by Riestra, turns and fires, but Van Der Rijp beat it. That was a heck of a play by Francisco Riestra, but Van Der Rijp hustling down the line. He's quick. That's an infield base hit. That's the second single of the game for the Ulm Falcons. Watch this one more time. Watch Riestra dive into your screen there, but he clearly did not get it there in time to beat the hustling Van Der Rijp. So one down, runner on second base, Marcus Melendez, now the hitter. Melendez hit a ground ball to short as there was a check on Van Der Rijp. And Nate Thomas bobbled it, but it was ruled a base hit, so Melendez 1 for 1 with a single. And the pitch is drilled towards left center field. That's going to get down for a hit. And it splits the gap and goes all the way to the wall. Van Der Rijp is going to score easily. Melendez is going to, well, actually, Van Der Rijp, the throw to the plate. He's in there. Now Melendez goes to third on the throw. Well, I thought Van Der Rijp was going to score absolutely no problem. And then the throw actually came in and made it relatively close. RBI double off the bat of Melendez. Watch Van Der Rijp. He's hustling around second. Hustling to third. Ball is still in the gap in the outfield. Then it gets to Nate Thomas right there, and he fires it home. That was actually a couple of really good throws. Van Der Rijp never let up with the with his hustle. I just simply was too soon to judge there. Melendez drives home a run, and that makes it 7-1. That's a double, and then Melendez takes third on the throw. So 7-1 as Mike Emmerich steps up. And a strike on the outside corner from Steinlein. One down in the inning, couple of hard hit balls. No balls, one strike. There's the 0-1. Swing and a miss, and a back pick. And Melendez dives back. 0-2 the count. Boy, you better not get picked off third when you're down by 6 runs, that's for sure. I'm going to take that score bug off there because it's incorrect. When the score bug is fixed, I will put it back up there, but right now it's incorrect. No balls, 2 strikes, runner on third. The right side of the infield will come home. Breaking ball. This is flied to deep center field. It should be good enough to get a run home. Dinsky drifting back. He makes the catch. Runner tags and will score. That will make it 7-2 on the sac fly, but there are 2 down. So a run batted in for Mike Emmerich. And with 2 down, that'll bring up Efthymios Fluge. Fluge walked his first time. Check that score bug. Nope, still incorrect. I have no control over that, folks. So you're stuck with the manual bare-bones scoreboard right now. Fluge the hitter, nobody on base, 2 down. First pitch is a ball. 1 ball, no strikes. There's the 1-0. Fouled right to the screen. If that screen weren't there, I would have caught that ball. 1-1. 2 down, nobody on. We're on the top of the third. 7-2, Haar leading Ulm. And the pitch is low. 2 balls, 1 strike on Efthymios Fluge. Fluge with power. And that one catches the corner, breaking ball. Good pitch from Steinlein, 2-2. And a swing and a miss for strike 3. Steinlein gets out of the inning. But the Falcons get 2 runs on 2 hits. No errors, nobody left on base. We're going to the bottom of the 3rd. It's the Haar Disciples 7, the Ulm Falcons 2. This is Haar Disciples Baseball, presented from Gesundheitsunternehmen MSD. We go to the bottom of the 3rd inning here in Haar. The Disciples with a 7-2 lead, and it will be 8-9-1. Titus von Kopf, Niels Schmidt, and Nathan Thomas against Dan Amiel, the second pitcher for the Ulm Falcons. And the first pitch in there for a strike. Von Kopf hit a sac fly his first time. That put the Disciples on the scoreboard. And on the very next pitch thrown, Niels Schmidt tagged one over the center field fence. Titus von Kopf pulling off a breaking ball. He's behind 0-2 now. Amiel really pulled the string on that pitch. Still waiting for the other scoreboard update. That is incorrect. The score is 7-2. The 0-2. Slow roller chopped towards short. Fluge charges, gloves, throws on the run, and dropped it first by Emmerich, as von Kopf would have been out had Emmerich caught it. We'll see how that could score. That could be an E3, honestly. So von Kopf is aboard. And Niels Schmidt will step up to the plate. So Niels Schmidt takes up the first pitch for a strike. Schmidt drove a home run his first time. Here's the pitch. That one's way outside. Nothing Melendez can do about this. Bounces away. And von Kopf is going to go all the way to third base, as the throw there almost nearly gets away. So a pitch that was so wild that von Kopf is able to cross the entire diamond from first to third. And so Melendez blocked a couple of those earlier in the game, but that one he had no chance. And heads up base running by von Kopf. And don't forget, there's the mercy rule in this league, and it would be to the Disciples' advantage to try to run up the score as much as they possibly can, shorten this game. That one drops in. 1 ball, 1 strike on Schmidt. Here it comes. That's inside. I believe the count is 2-2. Swing and a miss. And that is indeed strike three. That's the first strikeout for Ulm Falcons pitching today, as Emil took something off. That'll bring up Nate Thomas back to the top of the order. Thomas, in this game, was hit by a pitch and then grounded out. Runner on third base, and the pitch floats high. 1 ball, no strikes. Only 1 out in the inning. Disciples leading 7-2. And the pitch from Emil. Swung on and missed. 1 ball, 1 strike. Thomas really looking for the downs on that one. One ball, 1 strike. That one in the dirt, blocked by Marcus Melendez. Boy, if you're a catcher on the Ulm Falcons, you know you're going to have your work cut out for you. And Melendez has done a very good job back there. Runner on third base is Titus von Kopf. He's there with 1 out. 2-1 to Thomas. And now up high, ball 3. 3 balls and a strike. That score bug just will not update, will it? Easy score. 3-1. Thomas will be swinging if he likes it. And it's up high for ball 4. So Thomas has been aboard twice, once via the hit by pitch, once via the walk, and now Francisco Riestra, who flied to deep right field and singled and later came around to score. There's 1 away. Thomas, the runner at first base. I would not be surprised to see him take off running. He has stolen 24 bases. Excuse me, I'm reading the wrong stat. He's stolen 13 bases, and he's only been caught twice. Both of those times were by Simon Göring of the Heidi Köpfe. And a check on Thomas, who barely had departed the bag. First and third for the Disciples. They have 1 out. We're in the bottom of the 3rd inning. Riestra at the plate. And Dan Emil deals, runner not going, swung on and missed. Foul tipped, rather, strike 1. Well, Emil has dropped a couple of off-speed pitches in there. He does not throw hard to begin with. But you can be effective if you change speeds and hit your corners, and that's what he's trying to do. He's gotten some swing and misses. There's another check on Thomas. A beautiful, hot, sunny day. This is what summer should be like. A nice, relaxed atmosphere at the ballpark. The smell of burgers in the air. There goes the runner, the pitch. There's a line drive, base hit left field. Von Kopp will score, and crossing to third base is Thomas. Riestra a big turn at first. He holds on there. The Disciples lead 8-2 on the RBI single by Francisco Riestra. He's now got 2 hits in the ball game. Eight to 2 is the score. The Disciples leading as Will Thorpe will step up to the plate. So Thomas is at third, Riestra at first. We might see him take off as well. Not going on the first one. This one in the dirt, blocked by Melendez. 1 ball, no strikes. Thorpe has tripled and been hit by a pitch. He scored a run. Thorpe up there trying to do some more damage. Dan Emil comes set, deals, and missed inside. Ball 2. 2 balls, no strikes on Will. On deck hitter David Dinsky. Disciples leading 8-2. They scored 7 runs in the second inning. 6 of those came with 2 outs. They've only got 1 out here, first and third. And that's high, ball 3. Don't think Thorpe doesn't have the green light, though. He's got the green light. I am sure of that. Riestra at first, Thomas is at third. 1 out in the inning, and Dan Emil trying to wiggle his way out of this. Here's the 3-0. Way upstairs, ball 4. The bases are loaded. And that'll bring up David Dinsky. Dinsky 1 for 2, and his 1 was that 2-run single. That knocked the starting pitcher, Thomas Kruger, from the game. So he's up there with bases loaded, 1 out. He's a tough guy to double up. He runs very quickly, so don't expect a double play here. The corner infielders are playing up, but up the middle, they're going to try to actually turn the double play. Dinsky with power, the pitch, swing and a miss. And Emil has done that a couple times. He started off the hitters with that off-speed pitch, and they, sort of expecting the Disciples to be overly aggressive. That's a way that a pitcher can use a hitter's own aggression against him. And Emil did it there. And that one floats in, just barely catches the top of the strike zone. Dinsky not pleased. 0-2 the count. Oh, and 2. 1 out, bases loaded, nowhere to put him. 8-2, the Disciples leading the Falcons. And Emil comes set. Here it comes. Ground ball slowly hit through the middle. Fluga on the bag, flips to second. There's 1. No chance at first. A run will score. So they get a force out at second base, and the Disciples lead 9-2. There is no way you're going to double off Dinsky on a ground ball like that. So Thorpe is out 6-4. That's the 2nd out of the inning. Dinsky reaches on a fielder's choice and gets a run batted in. Riestra goes to 3rd while Thomas scores. And the Disciples lead 9-2. And so Enzo Mushik will step up to the plate now. Mushik singled to drive in a run. There goes Dinsky, and he will take second base uncontested. Stolen base easily for him. The pitch was a strike for Mushik. Mushik 1 for 2. Now Mushik trying to get a 2-out hit here to push the Disciples up to 11 runs if they could. You have Dinsky, the trail runner. He would score for sure on just about anything. Or at least he would attempt to, you know that. With 2 outs, he'll be going at the crack of the bat. And that's a strike at the top of the zone. 0-2 now as Emil finds himself way out in front of Mushik. Mushik was behind 0-2 when he drove that single last time. So Emil gets ahead of him here. Nothing in 2. Line drive up the middle and bobbled by Reinhardt. Throw to first, not in time. A run will score. Ball was not hit all that hard, but it was hit hard enough that Emil, the pitcher, flinched as it went by, and then Malik Reinhardt, the second baseman, knocked it down. Couldn't quite find the handle right away. That'll most likely be a base hit. That brought home Riestra. Dinsky goes to 3rd on the play, and the Disciples lead 10-2.
Well, Juan Infante Jr. on the second.
That's going to bring up Juan Infante. Infante has doubled and singled, if I can read my scorecard correctly. And Daniel Husband out to the mound to have a chat with Dan Emil. The Ulm Falcons, they only have 2 players on their bench, so they still got to get through another game. They showed up with 11 guys today here in Haar. And, team, they've lost all their games. It's been a long summer. They're occupying that bottom rung of the Bundesliga ladder, but they're in what they're, it's not a rebuilding, it's a building program is what they're in. They're trying to develop the sport and develop their fan base. And, you know, it's not really, you can't really worry about the wins and losses for the Ulm Falcons. They're trying to just give their pitchers experience and have their guys go out there and win innings, win at bats. There's a chopper pulled foul by Infante. And Daniel Husband's been coaching in Europe for a long time. He's a good guy to have at the helm. He's also coached for the national team of Sweden before. He's coached in Mannheim. He's coached in Regensburg. He knows the ropes for sure, and he's been the head coach for the Falcons the past couple of years. That fastball just misses outside. 1 ball, 1 strike on Infante. Sometimes, you know, you have those moments like this where you just have to go out there and learn how to get through it. 1 ball, 1 strike. Mushik, the runner on first base. He is going. There's a line drive base hit to left field. Mushik rounds second. He's headed to third, and the throw coming in. Mushik is safe. The ball kicks away. Not far enough, however, taking second base on that play is Infante. Excellent base running by the Disciples, but they're really not taking anything for granted. And you can't really. I know the score is 10-2, but you really cannot take anything for granted. The Disciples, of course, they've split their season with the Tübingen Hawks. And so they're playing hard and trying to push the envelope as much as they can. So they have runners on second and third. 2 outs for Pinheiro, and he grounds one to third. Emmerich stays with it, throws to first, and that will end the inning. But the Disciples tack on a few more runs, and at the end of 3 complete, it's the Haar Disciples 10, the Ulm Falcons 2. This is Haar Disciples Baseball presented from Gesundheitsunternehmen MSD. Yeah, of course. Just want to correct myself, folks. There was another run that scored that inning. It is, in fact, 11-2. As in the inning, Thomas scored, Riestra scored, Dinsky scored, as well as Titus von Kopf. So the Disciples with 4 runs last half inning, and they have an 11-2 lead as we go to the top of the 4th. To the top of the 4th inning, and Luke Steinlein's day is done. He pitched 3 innings, and the Disciples gave him 11 runs, and he will give way to Daniel Jager. Jager, a young right-hander, he's only pitched 1 2/3 innings this year, and he's given up 6 runs, so this is his time to try to come in and throw strikes. However, on the first offering, he is up high for ball 1 to Chris Emmerich. Jager's a guy who he's got good stuff, but as always, it's a question of command. And the 1-0, swung on and missed, 1-1. Jager, in the 1 2/3 innings that he's pitched this year, he gave up 4 walks and 1 strikeout. He gave up 4 hits as well. I don't remember who that was against. Fouled off to the right. That's not going to make it over the screen, but it's out of play. 1 ball, 2 strikes. So Steinlein goes 3, gives up the 2 runs, and that's it. There's a breaking ball. That's outside. 2 balls, 2 strikes. There's more activity in the Disciples bullpen. You may see a parade of pitchers out there in this game with a large lead. It is an opportunity for Alex Tufts to try to get some more arms in there. That ball lined to right field. Base hit for Emmerich. Down towards the corner, played in by the right fielder Schmidt, and Emmerich is held to a single. That was a good piece of hitting by Chris as he went up and got that fastball. Just whacked it the other way. So leadoff single greets Daniel Jager, and now the hitter Lucas Antoniuk. Like I said before, though, the Ulm Falcons, they have some bats. They can definitely do some damage at the plate. And if you're Jager, you got to make sure you make some quality pitches. That was not one, however. That pitch was way high, breaking ball. 1 ball, no strikes. Jager still working on that breaking ball. And the 1-0. Big cut, nothing there from Antoniuk. And the count 1-1. There's a swing and a miss at a high fastball, 1-2. Anybody at home with order number 37? If that was you, you get a cheeseburger. Come to the ballpark and pick it up. 1 ball, 2 strikes on Antoniuk. And he chased a high fastball. That's out number 1. Jager got him with high fastballs. You could kind of see that coming. He swung through all 3 of them. And that's the first out of the inning. Luigi Cinardi will step up to the plate now. Cinardi 0 for 1. He struck out looking on the Steinlein breaking ball. Steinlein, in his 3 innings of work, had 3 strikeouts, walked a batter, gave up 3 hits and 1 run. Runner on first base is Chris Emmerich, and that one hits Cinardi in the elbow. But he has an elbow pad there, so shows no ill effects. So 2 on for the Ulm Falcons for Malik Reinhardt. The ball getting him right in the elbow pad. That's why you wear it. That's not a spot you want to get hit by a pitch. Malik Reinhardt stepping up to the plate. This is his 2nd plate appearance. 0 for 1. He also struck out looking against Luke Steinlein. So 2 on, 1 out. Daniel Jager has immediately put a couple runners on, and the pitch to Reinhardt is a fastball high. 1 ball, no strikes. And that one's low, 2-0. But what you want to see if you're head coach Alex Tufts, you want to see Jager come out there and just pound the strike zone. But he's been a little bit gun shy, falling behind the hitters. And he's behind 3-0 now, in danger of loading the bases. And he does indeed load the bases. That's ball 4. 4-pitch walk after the hit batter. And so that'll push Chris Emmerich to 3rd, Cinardi to 2nd. And Reinhardt is at 1st. And Tufts very quickly out to the mound to have a chat with Jager. And this was one of those quick runs out of the dugout. He's not taking his time. He wants Jager to come in there and throw strikes. Thomas Geiger, the number 9 hitter, is scheduled. He's having a quick chat with Daniel Husband, the coach. And now Tufts leaves the mound. Bases loaded, 1 out. Disciples would love a ground ball double play to get through the inning here. So runners everywhere, Emmerich, Chinardi, and Reinhardt. And the first pitch, that's high, ball one. Jager struggling to find the strike zone. There is activity in the bullpen for the Disciples. I imagine if he loses Geiger, that will be it. There's the 1-0. Ground ball to third. Riestra coming home. There's a force on to first base. Double play, and the inning is over. The old 5-2-3. And Jager, a Houdini act, gets out of it. It's not a complete Houdini act, as there was one out, but ball was hit pretty hard off the bat of Geiger. Watch the replay. But it was right at Riestra, who was in on the edge of the grass, threw a strike to Thorpe, who returned the favor to Pinheiro at first. And the Ulm Falcons are turned away. No runs, one hit. There were no errors and 2 left on base. And we're going to the bottom of the fourth. It's 11-2 Haar. This is Haar Disciples Baseball, präsentiert vom Gesundheitsunternehmen MSD. So we go to the bottom of the fourth inning, and the Disciples will send Titus von Kopf to the plate, and he drives one in the air to center field, shallow center field, and Van der Rijp is there to make the play. And that will bring up Niels Schmidt. Trying to find my place on my scorecard here. There we are. Niels Schmidt swings and grounds one foul. As Von Kopf, after that fly out, is now, I think he's 0 for 2. I never checked to see if that last hit in the third inning was ruled a hit or an error, and easy score is basically locked up. So there's no checking there. The breaking ball is in for a strike. In case you're wondering why the score bug down in the lower left screen does not have the balls and strikes, it's because the service that I normally take it from, the online scoring platform, basically not working at the moment through no fault of anyone here. There's a pitch outside from Dan Emil. 1 ball, 2 strikes on Schmidt. Schmidt drilled the first pitch he saw over the center field fence for a long 2-run home run. That was in the second inning. That put the Disciples up 3-0 at the time. And he hits this little pop-off off the fists, and Van der Rijp is there to run it down in left center field. So Van der Rijp with the first 2 putouts. And now the top of the order, Nate Sean Thomas will step up to the plate here in the bottom of the fourth. Folks, I want to let you know, by the way, in case you forgot, that we are pretty close to having reached our goal in the fundraiser. We're trying to raise money to essentially set up a permanent video cable from here to center field that would allow us to much more easily have a center field camera. It requires installing some PVC pipe around the perimeter of the ballpark, and then also getting some fiber optic cables that run, about 300 meters or so. There's a strike on the outside corner. So the fundraiser is linked below the YouTube video. You can find it in the description. We're very close to our goal. So if you're interested in supporting us, we appreciate it very much as Nate Thomas takes a floating balloon up high. 2 balls and a strike. Dan Emil, the second pitcher for the Ulm Falcons. That's low, 3-1. And a strike catches the corner. Thomas was not quite sure if it was going to be called, tried to buy it, but then he remains in the box. Full count. Thomas has been on base twice, once via walk, once via hit by pitch. And the payoff. That one was ripped on a line to center field, and Van der Rijp is there. He makes all 3 putouts in the inning. That last one was very well hit by Nate Thomas, but nothing across the board for the Disciples. On to the 5th inning we go. It's 11-2 Haar. This is Haar Disciples Baseball presented from Gesundheitsunternehmen MSD. Onwards and upwards to the top of the 5th inning we go. 11-2, the Disciples leading. This is game 1 of a doubleheader. Tim Collins with you here on a beautiful sunny summer afternoon here in Haar. Daniel Jager was awarded, he's awarded a new inning. Looked like he was on the ropes there last half inning, but the ground ball double play with the bases loaded certainly alleviated some of the pressure. And now he will start anew here in the 5th, and he'll do so with the top of the order. Michael Van der Rijp, excuse me, I mispronounced his name. That's the 2nd time, even though I specifically asked him before the game. He told me. So my apologies. Van der Rijp, who made all 3 putouts last half inning, looked at a breaking ball strike, and now he pops that one up behind the plate. Thorpe giving it a look. It's near the fence, and it's just over the other side. Thorpe with a nice slide. Knew exactly where he was, but that ball out of play in the count 0-2. Van der Rijp is 1 for 2. He singled and scored in the 3rd inning. That was when the Falcons got their 2 runs against Luke Steinlein. 0-2. That's high. 1 ball and 2 strikes. That one's inside, nearly hit him. Well, Jager does not always have a very clear idea where the ball is going, which I can imagine actually makes it difficult to really zero in on a pitch when you're the hitter. If you have a good idea that the ball is going to be within a certain zone, you can be real selective. Here's a 2-2. Swung on and fouled at the plate. That was a good cut by Van der Rijp. And Thorpe's going to walk the ball out to the mound, give home plate umpire Stefan Hempfling a minute to recover from that foul ball that got him pretty solidly. Thorpe also stretching out his thighs, it looks like. 2 balls, 2 strikes. And Jager kicks and deals. Popped foul off to the right. Long run for Pinheiro, and he can't get there. That ball bounces up against the fence. And now that temporary fence that was set up over there to shield the bullpen catcher, that's actually been moved. Remember a couple innings ago there was a play where the first baseman, Chris Emmerich for the Ulm Falcons, couldn't get to a foul ball because he was worried about running into that thing. Well, now it's been moved. I don't know who moved it. That ball lined to left center field. Dinsky racing over, and he makes a shoestring catch.
Oh mein Gott.
That ball was hit extremely hard off the bat of Van der Rijp, and it tailed back towards Dinsky. And he caught that ball just off the shoe tops. Watch this one. It hit very hard on a line. That was a good play by David Dinsky in center field. One away from Marcus Melendez. Melendez takes a strike. Melendez doubled to drive home Van der Rijp, in the 3rd inning. Then he later came home to score. The pitch is upstairs. 1 ball, 1 strike. The wind is picking up, which, gotta say, feels pretty good. It's a warm breeze. 1-1. 1-2 as Melendez holding nothing back on that swing. The 1-2. Breaking ball, check swing, they appeal. Did he go? No, says the first base umpire, Dan DiBacco. It's pretty close. The pitch was not anywhere close to the plate, but Melendez, let's see, did he go? You make the call. I don't think he did. Looked like he didn't. The next one just missed the corner, and the count now full on Marcus Melendez. 3 balls and 2 strikes. That time he went, chased that high fastball again. That's the 2nd time in that at bat, and that was good pitch calling from Thorpe as he went after that one. So Jager, that's his 2nd strikeout in his 1 2/3 innings of work. That'll bring Michael Emmerich. Emmerich hit a sac fly and flat out, so he's officially 0 for 1. This one hits him right in the back. And so Emmerich will take his base. There's been a bunch of hit batters in this game. Let me see here. That's the 2nd batter that Jager has hit. The Disciples have had 1, 2. I think that's all. There's been 4 hit batters in this game. So now, Flüge, Efthymius Flüge, and that one is up and over his head, and Flüge had to jackknife out of the way. Thorpe had to reach way up and get that one. 1 ball, no strikes. 2 down. Jager trying to pitch a 2nd scoreless inning. Runner on first base. Swinging and a miss. Strike 1 on Flüge. We're in the top of the 5th inning, 11-2. In case you're wondering about the mercy rules, it's a 10-run lead after 7 would shorten the game. 15 after 5. The pitch is low and scooped, so I guess theoretically if the Disciples scored 6 runs in the next half inning, that would end the game. But they went 1-2-3 last inning, so no reason to expect that will happen. Runner not going, the pitch inside. 3-1, that also precludes the idea that Jager would get through this inning unscathed. 3 balls, Or is it 2-1? I think it might be 2-1. That ball is lined up the middle into center field, a base hit for Fluge. And Emmerich takes the turn, throw comes in behind him. He's back safely. So a 2-out rally. As Fluge with a solid single into left center field. Puts 2 on for the Ulm Falcons. It's a good swing by Efthymios. So that'll bring up the number 5 hitter, Chris Emmerich. Chris is 1 for 2. He singled and flied to center field. And he's hit by a pitch. That's the 3rd one. Jager, I mentioned, does not often have a great idea where the ball is going, and he's hit 3 batters in 2 innings to go with a walk. So, yeah, control has not been one of the descriptors, I guess, for Jager's performance today. And for the 2nd consecutive inning, the Ulm Falcons have the bases loaded. And Lucas Antoniuk, who's got power, is coming to the plate. Bases loaded. Antoniuk, home run power, but he struck out his last time, and the pitch is a strike called, catching the outside corner. Disciples fans trying to cheer on Daniel Jager. There's the 0-1. It's outside, 1 ball and 1 strike. Well, Jager was in a bases-loaded jam last inning and was helped by a double play. Now he's just got to get the 3rd out by himself. And that's lined into center field. It's a base hit. 1 run will score. 2 runs are going to score. Dinsky comes up throwing to the plate. Probably shouldn't have done that, but the other runners hold up, and it's an 11-4 game. Base hit off the bat of Lucas Antoniuk, drives home 2. So that was Emmerich and Fluge who both scored. Mike Emmerich. Chris Emmerich goes to second base. All of this with 2 outs. There were 2 outs, nobody on, and then Emmerich hit by a pitch. Fluge singled. Both Emmerichs actually hit by a pitch. Chris Emmerich was hit after that, now it's single. So hit batter single, hit batter single. That's the pattern. And now Luigi Cinardi, as it is an 11-4 score. Still 2 down. That pitch is high. 1 ball, no strikes. Well, I don't see any activity in the Disciples bullpen, but I imagine somebody is ready. The pitch is high. Jager has allowed, he's given up 3 hits, 3 hit batters, and a walk in 1 2/3 innings so far. Fouled away. 2-1 as Cinardi had a good pitch to hit.
Auf geht's, Disciples. Let's go, DJ. Auf geht's. Macht ihr bisschen Mut. Was raus? Nicht alle gleichzeitig. Auf geht's, DJ.
2 balls, 1 strike. And a throw behind the runner at second base as he was vacating the premises of the bag. Thomas running in. Well, you can see that coming, as Chris Emmerich was halfway to third base as the pitch came home. Not a bad idea by Thorpe to throw through. Thomas, of course, is ready. You can see that whole thing in front of him. 3-1 on Luigi Cinardi. That one catches the inside corner, full count now. Well, the runners will be going. 3 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Runners on first and second. Pinheiro playing behind the trail runner, Antoniuk, and there they go. There's a ground ball towards third. Riestra has to stay with a tough bounce, throws to first in time. That is a heck of a play, as he had to dodge the runner, who also nearly was hit by that ground ball, and then the ball hit the lip of the grass and scooted. Riestra calmly stayed down on the ball and made the play to first, and the Disciples get out of the inning. But 2 runs come across for the Ulm Falcons. 2 runs on 2 hits. No errors, bases left loaded. We're going to the bottom of the 5th inning. We are officially halfway through. It is 11-4. The Disciples are leading this game. This is Haar Disciples Baseball, präsentiert vom Gesundheitsunternehmen MSD. To the bottom of the fifth inning, the Disciples leading this ball game by the score of 11-4, and they will deal up with 2, 3, and 4. Francisco Riestra, Will Thorpe, and David Dinsky against Dan Emil still in there, and he lobs that one in the zone for a strike. Well, Emil is not knocking the bat out of their hands, but he's throwing strikes for the most part, and he's been able to work his way through after coming on in the second inning. As the ground ball slowly hit to the back of second, diving play by Flug, and he throws to first, but Riestra way too quick. That's an easy infield single for Francisco, his third single in 4 at-bats. Nice job by Fluga just to get to that ball and keep it from going into center field. He spun around, but ball too slowly hit, and by the time Fluga got the throw off, Riestra was already across the bag. So he's at first to lead things off, and the Disciples looking to try to get back into the scoring mode. They scored 7 runs in the second inning and 4 in the third, and that's been the extent of it. They have an 11-4 lead. Will Thorpe tripled, been hit by a pitch, and walked. Riestra up first, not going the pitch. That one drops in there. Strike one. The 0-1. That one is high. 1 ball, 1 strike. Taking a look across the other games in the Bundesliga, Stuttgart leading Mannheim 5-1 in the 5th inning. Well, that's what the Disciples want to see. The Disciples are hoping Stuttgart can sweep Mannheim today. Give them a glimmer of hope. There goes the runner. Drilled to left field, and it's going to hook foul. Thorpe really put a good swing on that one. Riestra was running. Watch the quick bat of Will Thorpe. He really whips it through the zone. I think that pitch was out away from him a bit, and he still went and got it, but yanked it just a bit foul. So 1 ball, 2 strikes to count to him. Riestra was going on the last one. Let's see what he does here. Not going. Line drive, center field, and it's going to land in front of Van der Rijp for a base hit. Riestra with a good read. He makes it to second base easily. So 2 consecutive singles to start the inning. And that's going to bring up David Dinsky as you watch the base hit off the bat of Thorpe a second time. Van der Rijp did not want to get caught in between and have that ball get behind him. So Dinsky steps up to the plate. Dinsky trying to put everyone into party mood here. Dinsky today reached on a fielder's choice. He's also got a single to drive home 2 runs. He's got 3 runs batted in. Right-hand hitter with power, the pitch. That one floats in, but it's low. 1 ball, no strikes from Dan Emil. And the 1-0. Fly ball down the left field line, a long run for Antonio. He is there to make the catch. Both runners have to go back. Dinsky got that ball off the handle of the bat and still hit it out to pretty deep left field. But Antonio is there for out number 1. So that'll bring up Enzo Mushik. Mushik 2 for 3, 2 singles, 2 runs batted in. And he also grounded out. First and second, Mushik pops that one up. Foul behind the plate. That's going to get out of play. Strike 1. Don't forget, there's another game after this, folks, so buckle up. Make yourself comfortable. It's a nice warm day. If you're near us, come and join us out at the ballpark. It's beautiful. 1 strike on Mushik. That's drilled to left field. Antoniuk is there, makes the catch. And the throw goes back to second. The runners can't advance. That ball was hit very hard, but right at Antoniuk. He's made the second put out in a row. And there are 2 down. So now it takes a 2-out hit from Juan Infante if the Disciples are going to get any more runs this inning. Infante has 2 of them. He doubled and scored in the second. In fact, I think he has 3. He hit one that I thought would have been an error, but it was I guess it was scored a single. So Infante 3 for 3, 2 singles and a double. Riestra and Thorpe, the base runners, and the pitch is high. Dan Emil came on with 2 outs in the second inning, and he's managed to get through the last few innings. This ball hit in the air to center field. Van der Rijp is drifting back towards the alleyway, and he makes the catch to end the inning. A couple of well-hit fly balls off the bats of the Disciples, but they have nothing to show for it at the end of the inning. So no runs, 2 hits, no errors, 2 left on base. We go to the 6th here in Game 1. 11-4 Disciples over the Ulm Falcons. This is Haar Disciples Baseball, presented from Gesundheitsunternehmen MSD. We go to the top of the 6th inning, and the new pitcher on the mound for the Haar Disciples is Adriano Penskover. In 7 1/3 innings, ERA of around 11, 9 earned runs, 6 walks, 6 strikeouts, 8 hits. So he's going to get his chance to try to get some innings under his belt. And the first pitch is popped up, foul territory off to the right. Pinheiro gives it a look, but it's out of play. Malik Reinhardt is the hitter, number 8 in the order, followed by Thomas Geiger and then Michael van der Rijp. So 8-9-1 for the Ulm Falcons here in the 6th. They scored 2 runs off of Steinlein in the 3rd. They scored 2 runs off of Daniel Jager in the 5th. Jager goes 2 innings, 3 hits, 2 runs, both earned, 1 walk, 2 strikeouts. He also hit 3 batters. So he was wild. Steinlein went 3, gave up 3 hits and 2 runs, a walk and 3 strikeouts. There's a check swing. He went around, strike 2. Did Malik Reinhardt. Reinhardt is 0 for 1. He has walked and struck out. Nothing in 2 from Adriano Penskover. That one is way outside, scooped by Thorpe. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Penskover kind of slings it from the side, and he's shown an improved breaking ball this year. A lot of young arms on this Disciples pitching staff. He flings that one in there just a little bit high. 2-2. Malik Reinhardt, the second baseman for the Ulm Falcons. And the 2-2 pitch to him. That's right down the pipe. Strike 3, fastball at the knees. And Reinhardt is caught looking. One down, watch that one again. That was a good pitch from Penskover. He really reached back for a little extra. And Reinhardt knew it. So 1 away. Thomas Geiger will step up to the plate. Geiger 0 for 2. It was Geiger who came up with the bases loaded and 1 out. As that pitch is low, and he bounced into the 5-2-3 double play to get out of the 4th inning against Jager. That really helped Jager. Off the end of the bat, floated out past the second base position, but it's caught by Infante as he stumbles backwards. Infante is quick out there. He covered a lot of ground in a relatively short amount of time, and he didn't have really too many people to back him up as Schmidt was playing deep in right field and couldn't get there either. So it's Infante or nothing, and he caught it and then fell backwards. A good play by Juan. I told you he's been really excellent no matter where they've stuck him. A couple weeks ago he gunned down a runner at home plate from right field, and today he's getting the start at second base. Now the top of the order, Michael van der Rijp, and the pitch is inside for a ball. Van der Rijp 1 for 3 with a single. He scored a run back in the 3rd. And Penskover's 1-0. Fly ball left center field. Van Kopf cutting over. He's there, and he makes the catch. 1-2-3 for Adriano Penskover. Nothing across the board in the 6th inning for the Ulm Falcons. We're going to the bottom of the 6th in Game 1, 11-4 Disciples. This is Haar Disciples Baseball presented from Gesundheitsunternehmen MSD. So we go to the bottom of the 6th inning, and look at that. The score bug has been fixed. Except the scheduled hitter is not Miguel Pinheiro. Well, he's the scheduled hitter, but Daniel Patrice is going to pinch hit for him. Pinheiro, who had been playing first base, was 0 for 2 with a walk, and Patrice, who's the normal first baseman, was getting the first part of the day off. First pitch is outside and low. Dan Emil still out there. You can see he's thrown 60 pitches. And the next one to Daniel Patrice is low again. 2 balls, no strikes. Patrice this year hitting at .290. He's got 5 home runs. That leads the Disciples. Had a 3 home run game against the Ulm Falcons a couple weeks ago in Ulm. That pitch is in the air for a strike, 2-1.
Someone needs something to eat or drink. Huh? Nee.
2 balls, 1 strike.
Sonst irgendwas?
And that one catches the corner. Emil has done a pretty good job just sort of giving Daniel Husband some strikes. See, he's given up a lot of hits, but he has only walked 2 since coming in. However, that is going to put Daniel Patrice on base. So that'll bring up Titus von Kopf. Von Kopf is 1 for 2.
Bin ich schon ganz froh, dass Neymar nicht Baseball spielt, weil der würde sich jetzt immer noch rumwälzen.
Excuse me, Von Kopf is 0 for 2. Patrice on first, and the pitch is a strike to Titus. Well, 11 runs on 10 hits for the Disciples, 4 runs, 6 hits, 4 errors for the Ulm Falcons. And Von Kopf hits a ground ball left side, cut off by Emmerich. He goes to second. They get the force there. And the throw to first is going to go into the dugout. That was an unnecessary throw by Malik Reinhardt, as Von Kopf was way past the bag, and he sort of lobbed it over there. And the catcher, Melendez, was trying to back up the play. The ball went off of his glove and into the dugout. So that puts Von Kopf at second base on the E4. So he grounds into fielder's choice and reaches second on the E4. Patrice is out. 5-4. That's the 5th error of the game for the Ulm Falcons. And with 1 down, now Niels Schmidt steps up to the plate. Schmidt homered in his first at-bat, and after that he struck out and flied out. Takes a pitch inside from Dan Emil. The home run was against the starter, Thomas Kruger. 1-0. Von Kopf at second base. 11-4, Disciples leading. Big swing, nothing there. 1 ball, 1 strike. And that one drops in at the knees on the outside corner. 1 ball, 2 strikes.
Also auf geht's, Applaus für die Schmidt, feuert ihn an, let's go the Niels, go base!
And a little tapper in front of the plate picked up by Melendez, who throws to first in time. That'll put Von Kopf at third. 2-3 goes the putout. That's the second out of the inning, and we'll turn the lineup over. I have to issue an apology. I think at several different points throughout this game, anytime a ball has been hit to left field while the Disciples are batting, I've been calling Lucas Antoniuk, the left fielder. Not sure why that is. I think it has to do with the fact that I actually filled out my scorecard wrong in a way that I don't normally do it today. Not with wrong names, but just wrong places. And it's actually Thomas Geiger who's in left field, who's been making all those plays that I've been crediting to Lucas Antoniuk. So my apologies, Thomas. I don't know why I just noticed that now. The pitch is a breaking ball strike to Nate Sean Thomas, who's now behind no balls and 2 strikes. So yeah, Lucas Antoniuk is in the lineup. He's the DH for the Ulm Falcons. He's not even in the field. 0-2 on Nate Sean. Runner on third, 2 down. That pitch is way outside. Titus von Kopf, the runner at third base. 1 ball, 2 strikes. And Thomas just gets a piece of that, and Melendez unable to squeeze it. Still 1 ball and 2 strikes on Nate. Nate has been on base twice, once via the hit by pitch, once via walk. Outside of that, he grounded out and flied out, so he's officially 0 for 2. There's another game coming up after this one. The 1-2. And he got him swinging out in front of a pitch that was fading down and away. A good job by Dan Emil to get through the inning. And the Disciples, no runs, no hits. There was an error and 1 left on base. We're going to the 7th inning. 11-4, the Disciples lead. This is Haar Disciples Baseball presented from Gesundheitsunternehmen MSD. As we get ready to go to the top of the 7th inning here in Haar, I just want to remind you guys watching at home that if you enjoy these broadcasts and you would like to support us and help us reach our goal of raising enough money so that we can install a permanent camera cable all the way out to center field, that would help reinstate the center field camera for next year. There is a GoFundMe link listed in the description beneath the YouTube video. So if you just scroll down the description, there's a GoFundMe link. You can donate there. We really appreciate it. We haven't quite reached the goal, but we're very close. So this being the final broadcast, scheduled broadcast of the year, I certainly hope we can reach it. Thank you very much to those of you who have been supporting and who have been watching, not only this year, but really since 2014, since I started doing this. It's been a lot of fun, and I'm very glad to get to do it for you, and I'm happy to hear from people that they enjoy it. So, yeah, here we go. 7th inning, and the pitch is swung on and missed by Marcus Melendez. Adriano Penskover had a great inning in the 6th. He got a 1-2-3, including a strikeout, and now he's dealing with 2, 3, and 4 in the batting order for the Ulm Falcons. And he pours a strike, a little slider, looked like 0-2. Now the Disciples started with Luke Steinlein. He went 3, gave up a couple of runs. Then Daniel Jager eked his way through 2 innings, allowing only 2 runs. Penskover comes in and fires sidearm on that one. It's a little bit outside. Ball 2 strikes, but Penskover was lights out last inning. Let's see if he can continue that here. Popped straight up behind the plate. Thorpe looking for it. Makes the catch. 1 away. 4 up and 4 down against Penskover. That'll bring up Mike Emmerich. Emmerich has been hit by a pitch, hit a sac fly, and flied out. Officially 0 for 1. Melendez had been 2 for 3. Well, the Disciples doing all their damage in just 2 innings. In the 2nd and 3rd innings, they scored 11 runs across that time, and since then they've been shut down by Dan Emil, the soft-tossing righty who's come on. There's a hard-hit ground ball to short. Thomas fields it, takes his time, and that's out number 2. By the way, the new first baseman is Daniel Patrice. Patrice, who pinch hit for Pinheiro last half inning and was hit by a pitch. So 2 down. Penskover has retired all 5 hitters he's faced. It's got to feel good for him. And now the cleanup hitter, Efthymios Fluge. Fluge is 1 for 2 with a single. He also came around and scored a run. And he pops that one up off the end of the bat to shallow right center field. Dinsky has it for out number 3. 6 up and 6 down for Adriano Penskover. Nothing across the board for the Falcons. It is time to stretch here in Haar. Bottom of the 7th inning coming up. It's the Disciples 11 and the Ulm Falcons 4. Francisco Riestra leads off against Dan Emil, who misses with the first pitch. 2, 3, and 4 here in the 7th inning for the Disciples. An 11-4 lead for Haar. That one cued off the end of the bat. Emil has been really, really good since coming into the game. He came on in the 2nd inning, allowed a couple of hits, but then since then he has shut down the Disciples. The pitch is high. 2 balls and a strike. Officially, Emil has not allowed an earned run. 2 walks and 2 strikeouts. And the pitch, fly ball, right field. Racing over is Chinardi, and he will not get there. The ball lands foul. So the count 2-2 on Riestra, who was circling the bases on that. Riestra, that's his lane. He's 3 for 4 today with 3 singles. And he just punches the ball to the right side. And he's played a phenomenal third base for the Disciples. I mean, he and Infante have really been a huge addition this year. They have solidified the team both defensively and offensively. There's a foul as Riestra stays alive. Still 2-2. Infante also has contributed from the mound. Two balls, 2 strikes, nobody out. Dan Emil up over 80 pitches and check swing on a ball in the dirt. They appealed. Did he go? Yes, he did, says first base umpire. And now Riestra didn't want to run because he didn't want to make it look like he had swung. But then after it was appealed, it was ruled that he had swung, and he kind of had nowhere to go. That's sort of the hitter. You don't want to give it away. Not that the hitter would know for sure if they actually swung or not. But his first instinct was to run, and then he was like, nah, I don't want to make the umpire call me out. Of course, Dibaco is not going to fall for that anyway at first base. He ruled that it was a swing nonetheless. So Riestra is struck out. That's the first out. And the pitch is a ball to Thorpe. Emil has now struck out 1. That's the 2nd strikeout as far as my messy handwriting is concerned. Off the end of the bat, lined into left field. That's a base hit in front of Thomas Geiger. This time I'll call him his correct name. So Thorpe with a base hit. Thorpe now has 3 hits in this game. He's been on base all 5 times. A triple, 2 singles, a hit by pitch, and a walk. But the Disciples have been unable to touch home plate outside of the 2nd and 3rd innings. And so now David Dinsky steps up to the plate. Dinsky is 1 for 4. And Thorpe will be pinch run for. That looks like Ryan Saunders. Well, that's a rare occasion. Saunders, who can do some catching. He's an American from New Jersey. He's been over and he's been coaching the Disciples' 2nd team. So he's going to go in and take over for Thorpe, give Thorpe a little bit of a breather. Behind the plate, I assume. Dinsky, the hitter. And there's a strike at the very top of the zone. So Ryan Saunders takes over for Thorpe after the base hit. There is another game after this. But we're close to the longest day of the year. It stays light out here. Sundown is not till almost 10 p.m. There's the pitch. Fly ball to right center field, and that ball might get down to the gap, and it will. Goes all the way to the wall. Saunders around second, headed to third. He's being waved around. Dinsky headed for third. He's going to be there. Saunders scores. It's an RBI triple for David Dinsky. And the Disciples lead 12-4.
Anschlag für unsere Disciples, der Machine, Enzo Muschi.
That'll bring up Enzo Mushik, and I'm actually not entirely sure that that was Ryan Saunders. have to look that up. Leo Berger, excuse me. My apologies. Leo Berger, pinch running for Thorpe. It looked like Ryan Saunders. I do not know Leo Berger. He's new. He's a young player. Well, he scores the run, and it's 12-4 Disciples as we are in the bottom of the 7th inning. They count 2 balls and no strikes on Enzo Mushik. Mushik with 2 hits and 4 at-bats. Well, I guess according to the official scoring, 1 hit. Ground ball slowly hit, and that's going to be an infield base hit for Mushik. That will drive home a run to make it 13-4. Once it got past the third baseman, Emmerich, Fluge had no chance to get Enzo Mushik. So the Disciples with a 13th run now, lead 13-4, and they can actually end this game with 1 more run as we are in the 7th inning, and a 10-run lead would do it. Juan Infante, the hitter, and the pitch is low. There's only 1 out in the inning. Infante he got the scoring started for the Disciples back in the 2nd inning with a double when he then later came around to score. Ground ball towards the hole. That's a base hit into left field. Mushik will stop at second base, but the game-ending run is now in scoring position. That's Mushik's. I got Mushik down as having 4 base hits in this game, according to the easy score. Although you never, like sometimes the easy score, there's a lot of issues with it. Daniel Husband, by the way, is out on the mound. He's going to have a chat with Dan Amiel. You have Daniel Patrice, a guy who single-handedly destroyed the Ulm Falcons a couple weeks ago, hitting 3 home runs in a game. The game-ending run is on second base. Remember, there's a 10-run rule in this league. And if Mushik should cross home plate, this game will end instantaneously. I refuse to really call that a walk-off. I mean, I guess it technically is a walk-off, but it's a 10-run walk-off. Not quite the same as a tie game or a come-from-behind walk-off. So runners on first and second. Infante's run means nothing. Mushik is the run that would end the game. He's at second base. Daniel Patrice, this is his second plate appearance. He was hit his first time. And he drives it to left. It's long but foul. Didn't quite have the distance to go out of the yard, I don't think. Strike 1. Game 2 will be roughly a half an hour after the conclusion of this game, which, for all we know, could be imminent. Base hit could end the game here. 0-1. That's blocked by Melendez. 1 ball, 1 strike. Meanwhile, Stuttgart still leading Mannheim in game 1, 5-1. That game in the top of the 7th inning, according to the Bundesliga website. I'm not following their stream, so that would be more up to date, but I got my work cut out for me here. I can't watch 2 games at once. 1 ball, 1 strike, the pitch. Ground ball to short. Fluge has trouble, doesn't make the throw to second, throws to first instead. They just get the runner there. Patrice is out. I think maybe Reinhardt forgot to cover second base, and Fluge was going to go to second and didn't see anybody there. So good job by Efthymios to get the put out 6-3. But now this game could end on a wild pitch or an error or a 2-out base hit. No, Reinhardt was there. Fluge just didn't throw to second. He just decided to throw to first. So it would not have been hit hard enough for a double play, that's for sure. So Titus van Kopf, the hitter, and that pitch is too high, ball 1. Van Kopf 0 for 3, has a sacrifice fly and a run batted in. A hit here would end this game in the 7th inning. 13-4 right now the score. Runners on second and third. That's low. 2-0. Don't forget, game 2, roughly a half an hour after this one would end, whenever that may be. 2-0. It's outside, ball 3, 3-0. Emil, who's done a very good job, now nearing 100 pitches. 3-0 pitch. That's ball 4, and now with the bases loaded, pressure on Emil to throw strikes. Niels Schmidt, who has 1 hit in 4 at-bats. That one was a very long one, however. It was a home run over the center field fence. That's well over 400 feet away. Bases loaded. Mushik, the game-ending run at third. And that's high, ball 1. Of course, a walk would also end it. And Emil, who, let's face it, he's probably out of gas, but, you know, he's close to getting out of this inning one way or the other. 2 down. And a big swing as Emil comes back with a fastball in the inside corner, and Schmidt doesn't get to it. 1 ball, 1 strike. Bases loaded, 2 down. And that's high, ball 2. 2 balls, 1 strike. (13-4). 1 more run scores, this game ends. And the pitch. And he went after a high pitch and fouled it into the mitt of Melendez, 2-2. Schmidt trying to end the game in style. He was trying to drive that one. Nate Thomas on deck. Two balls, 2 strikes. Bases loaded, 2 down. A fly ball to shallow right field. This ball might drop as Chinardi is there. He actually gets to it and makes the play. The wind carrying it. Looked off the end of the bat like it would drop in, but it stayed up in the air long enough for Chinardi to get there, and this game will continue. As the Disciples came close, they scored. Let's see, how many runs did they score? They scored 2 runs to make it a 13-4 ball game. We go to the 8th inning. This is Haar Disciples Baseball, präsentiert vom Gesundheitsunternehmen MSD. So we go to the 8th inning. Leo Berger is now in center field. And the new catcher is Ryan Saunders. So Ryan Saunders will now actually be in the 4th spot in the batting order. So I was correct about Saunders coming in for Thorpe. However, he just does it in this inning and not pinch running last inning. Berger pinch ran for Thorpe, so they switched positions as Berger is now playing center field. Dinsky is out of the game. The hitter is Chris Emmerich. We are in the 8th inning. And the first pitch swung on and missed. Penskover has been great since coming in. He's retired all 6 batters he's faced. The Disciples were close to ending this game in 7 innings. They had the bases loaded, but they couldn't get that last run across, and so we play on into the 8th. Penskover delivers, and the pitch is popped up to the right side. The second baseman, Infante, one-hands it over the shoulder. And Emmerich is out number 1 here in the 8th inning. That's 7 consecutive retired by Adriano Penskover. And that'll bring up Lucas Antoniuk, the designated hitter. After Antoniuk, Luigi Cinardi, 5, 6, and 7 in the order for the Ulm Falcons. They scored 2 in the 3rd and 2 in the 5th. That's been it. The Disciples were helped by a bases-loaded double play hit into by Thomas Geiger. That was in the 4th inning. And a strike called to Antoniuk. Antoniuk is 1 for 3 today. And the next one swung on and missed. Good pitch down and away. Penskover is really dealing today. 0-2. There's a slow roller to third. Riesta fields and guns him out. 2 down. Good play by Francisco Riestra. He's been money at third base. And so that'll bring up Luigi Cinardi. Cinardi 0 for 2, been hit by a pitch. Penskover trying to go 9 for 9, retiring so far 8 in a row since coming into the game. This has got to be by far his best outing. Pitch is inside. 1 ball, no strikes on Cinardi. And the 1-0. That's a strike, little sidearm breaking ball. Penskover hides the ball very well. It's tough to pick it up out of his hand. 1 ball, 1 strike. That one comes in high, 2-1. Fly ball, left field, long run for Titus van Kopf, and he dives and makes the catch. Oh, that was beautiful. I think he went out of your screen, but trust me, folks, that was a beautiful catch by Titus van Kopf. It was hit off the end of the bat, and he did just run out of your screen just before he dove and made a very nice catch. Luigi Cinardi turned away. Adriano Penskover has faced 9 and retired all 9, and the Disciples need to score 1 run to end this game. It is 13-4. We go to the bottom of the 8th inning. This is Haar Disciples Baseball, presented from Gesundheitsunternehmen MSD. Don't forget, folks, there's another game coming up right after this. The Haar Disciples and the Ulm Falcons, the IT Sure Ulm Falcons. And Dan Amiel, 102 pitches since coming in the 2nd inning with 2 down. And the Disciples will send the top of the order Nate Thomas, Francisco Riestra, and Leo Berger, who pinch ran for Thorpe. Thomas 0 for 3 today. Check swing. Did he go? Yes. And that's strike one. Thomas, however, has been hit by a pitch, stolen a base. He's also walked and scored 2 runs, so not a bad 0 for 3. And that one floats up high from Dan Emil. 1 ball, 1 strike. You got to tip your cap to Emil. He came in a tough spot. The Disciples had put a crooked number up on the board, and he's given Daniel Husband length, and he's still throwing strikes, 1 and 2 on Nate Thomas. He's given up his hits, he's given up his runs, but he's kept the ball over the plate and made the Disciples earn their runs. They have 13 runs on 14 hits. The Disciples have played error-free ball. Thomas pops that foul out of play. Ulm has 4 runs on 6 hits. They have made 5 errors, and that's been par for the course. As I mentioned, they're a team that's building up their building. It's not rebuilding, it's a building team. Bundesliga is like that. Good swing by Thomas, and he fouled it away. You know, you could view baseball as a quote-unquote developing sport in Germany, even though it's existed since the late 1950s. First team in Germany, the Mannheim Tornadoes. But the Bundesliga, as we know it today, was only founded in, I think, 1990, and the Ulm Falcons were founded the year before that, 1989. And for the first time, I think it was about 4 years ago, they decided they wanted to try to play in the first Bundesliga. Pitch is low and outside, full count. It's not always the case that teams that win the second Bundesliga want to go up to the first Bundesliga, because there are requirements with the field that need to be taken care of, and it often costs the Verein quite a bit of money just to join the league, because you need to make modifications and, you know, ensure that there's a stadium announcer as Thomas draws a walk and other sorts of things. It costs a lot of money for some of the Vereins to be in the Bundesliga, so there are a lot of factors at play. But the Ulm Falcons, I think it was 2016, maybe it was 2017, they wanted to come up to the first Bundesliga, and this is the beginning phase of what they hope will grow into a perennial contending team. But you got to start somewhere. Francisco Riestra is the hitter, 3 for 5. Ground ball towards short. Fluge flips low, barehand pick by Reinhardt. His throw to first, however, is wide. They did get the out at second base, and Riestra takes second. So Thomas is forced. That was a heck of a job by Reinhardt to barehand that bad feed by the shortstop Fluge. He bounced the feed. Watch the shovel toss. And Malik Reinhardt having to fall backwards while grabbing that ball. So Thomas is out 6-4, but then Riestra reaches on a fielder's choice and goes to second on an E4 on the bad throw. Reinhardt should have just put the ball in his pocket. That is the 6th error. So 1 down. And the potential game-ending run on second base, as the pitch to Leo Berger is in the dirt. Berger entered the game for Will Thorpe, and this is his first Bundesliga at-bat, at least this year. Not sure if he's ever had one before. And a bouncing ball to deep third. Emmerich throws across, and safe as Chris pulled his foot off the bag. It looked like that to me as well. And so everybody's safe. As also good base running by Riestra. He waited for the throw to go across the diamond and then still crossed to third. So now the game-ending run is at third base. Daniel Husband wants to get an explanation from Dan DiBacco, the first base umpire, but to me it looked like the first baseman did pull his foot off the bag. And that's a good job by the first base umpire, DiBacco. He was way out by second base because he has to make a call out there with the 3-man umpire crew, and he saw it from that angle. So first and third, no real argument. And so now Berger reaches. I'm not sure how that's going to be scored, whether it's a hit or an error. Probably it's a base hit. So now Ryan Saunders steps up to the plate. And he drives it to center field. This will end the game. It's way back and over the head of Van der Rijp. That's a base hit. And coming home to score is Riestra, and that's the ball game. 14-4, your final score, the 10-run victory. And RBI, it's going to go in the books as a single for Ryan Saunders as he drove home Riestra on the first pitch he saw. Let's watch it again on the replay. Ryan Saunders, he's the guy who's been coaching the second team. He got that hanging breaking ball, and he drove it over the head of Michael Van der Rijp in center field. And Riestra can walk home, and with that, the Disciples win the game 14-4. And the scoreboard watching will continue. Stuttgart and Mannheim. Stuttgart now leading game one 9-1 in the 7th inning. So it's been good news for the Disciples so far today. We're going to take a short break, and we will be back in about a half an hour. So tune in at 10 minutes past 4, and we will bring you game 2 of this doubleheader. Thanks very much for watching. This is Tim Collins. This has been Haar Disciples Baseball, präsentiert vom Gesundheitsunternehmen MSD. We'll be back in about a half an hour with game 2. Don't touch that dial, everybody. Good afternoon. Welcome back to Haar Disciples Baseball. Getting ready for Game 2 of this doubleheader. It's just about 20 minutes past 4, 19 minutes past 4 to be exact. And Game 2 will begin momentarily as Alex Tufts on the left, meeting with Daniel Husband on the right, the three-man umpire crew in the middle. Dan DiBacco will be calling balls and strikes. Stefan Hempfling down the third base line and Andreas Boxleitner down the first base line. And the Disciples are going to send Zach Treese to the mound. Treese, who pitched a shutout against Heidenheim a couple weeks ago, and then the Disciples lost 5-2 last Sunday against Tübingen. And the Disciples winning the first game of this doubleheader by the score of 14-4. They're going to send the following defensive alignment out there for Game 2. Riestra is at third. Juan Infante, who played second base in the first game, he's going to play shortstop in Game 2, as Nate Thomas will get a quasi-game off as the designated hitter. Miguel Pinheiro back to second base. Daniel Patrice is going to round out the infield. He's at first. Outfield from left to right is Enzo Mushik, David Dinsky, and Niels Schmidt. Catcher will be William Thorpe. The lineup that the Ulm Falcons will send up against the right-hander Zach Treese looks very similar to the one that they sent up last game. A few slight changes. Mike van der Rijp will lead things off. He's playing center field. Marcus Melendez is the designated hitter, batting second. Mike Emmerich, the third baseman, bats third. Efthymios Fluge, the shortstop, will bat fourth. Chris Emmerich, the catcher for Game 2, he's going to bat fifth. Lucas Antoniuk, the first baseman, will bat sixth. Luigi Chinardi is in right field. He's batting seventh. Malik Reinhardt, the second baseman, he's batting eighth. And Tim Ludwig is the left fielder. He will bat ninth. On the mound and pitching for the Ulm Falcons, Thomas Geiger. And we're awaiting the Disciples to take their position on the field. It still remains a sunny, hot day here in Haar. Absolutely gorgeous day. And the crowd, much of it has remained as the Disciples take the field for Game 2. Zach Treese, right-hand pitcher. And he has pitched to the tune of a 3.05 ERA. That's in 59 innings, 26 runs, only 20 earned runs, 12 walks and 50 strikeouts. He has allowed 64 hits, so he'll give up some hits. But as long as he keeps that walks total down, and he's given up 5 home runs on the year as well. But he's going to try to keep the ball in the ballpark against the Ulm Falcons. The Ulm Falcons managed to get 4 runs in the first game of this doubleheader. And Treese, the right-hander from Hot Springs, Arkansas. You can see he's got that delivery in which he hides the ball quite well, throwing his warm-up tosses with the catcher, Will Thorpe. First game of this doubleheader started at about 5 minutes past 1, and it ended at 3:41 p.m., so it was roughly 2.5 hours. It ended after 8 innings, the Disciples scoring their 10th run in the bottom of the 8th. And that dropped the Ulm Falcons' records to 25 winless games. The Disciples improved their record to 13-12. As we're getting ready to start Game 2 here. Scoreboard watching continues for the Disciples. They're trying to slide into that 4th playoff spot. Stuttgart and Mannheim in the first game of a doubleheader. Stuttgart leading 12-5. That game is in the top of the 9th inning, but ball game is going to start here officially. Zach Treese is ready. Mike van der Rijp is ready, and the first pitch coming right now. That paints the outside corner, strike 1. Dan DiBacco with the strike call. So here we are. First pitch was at 4:23 p.m. This ball is popped up on the breaking ball. Thorpe giving it a look. It's going to be out of play. And the count 0-2 to Mike van der Rijp. Michael Charles van der Rijp Jr. They were calling him Vandy out there on the field earlier before the game. 0-2 as Tree steals. Line drive, base hit left field. That was a hanging slider or cutter. Fumbled out there and left by Mushik, but Van der Rijp will stop at first. The pitch was up in his eyes, and he socked it into left field as we take another look at that. Van der Rijp had a hit in the first game, so he's now been on base in both games. Marcos Melendez is the DH. He had a double and a run batted in game 1. And he shoots that one foul off to the right on the first pitch. Melendez came into the day hitting at .333. He had an OPS of over 1,000. He does have 2 home runs, 3 triples. He had 4 doubles, and then he had the double that he hit earlier in the game, earlier in the day. There's the pitch on the way to Melendez. That's a breaking ball, just missed. In case you're wondering, you can see and the pitch, that's grounded weakly, and it's off the glove of Treese. He slides and throws to first, and a good stop by Patrice to keep that ball from going into the Ulm dugout. That's going to be an infield base hit, I believe. First and second for the Falcons. It was a ball hit back past the mound. Treese stabbed at it, and the ball deflected off of his glove, and that kind of went into no man's land. So first and second with nobody out. And so 2 consecutive base hits to start the game for the Ulm Falcons. And Mike Emmerich will step up to the plate. Emmerich, the third baseman. And the pitch. There's a comebacker, and Treese goes to third. They get the force there. Riestra fires across. Safe as Emmerich beats it out. So a fielder's choice. It's pretty close play. Play goes 1-5 for the force out. And now there are 2 on and 1 out. Treese had the chance to go to the double play, going to second base, but he decided to get the lead runner instead. And that'll bring up Efthymios Flüge. Flüge, the shortstop, batting cleanup, first and second, and the pitch is off the plate away. 1 ball, no strikes from Treese. Flüge in the first game had a base hit and a walk in 4 plate appearances, was officially 1 for 3. Swing and a miss on the pitch down and away. 1 ball and 1 strike. And that pitch missed, ball 2. 2 balls, 1 strike to count on Flüge. Runners on first and second. Patrice, the first baseman, is playing at the edge of the grass. Now he backs up just a step. Riestra at third is even with the bag. There's a hole on the left side. This one inside. As Treese digging at the dirt beyond the mound, trying to find his footing. 3 balls, 1 strike. There you see the signal from the home plate umpire. No score, top of the first, just getting started in game 2. Popped up, foul ground, that's out of play, and the count now full on Flüge. After Efthymios Flüge, Chris Emmerich will be on deck. Well, the inning started with 2 consecutive singles, one a line drive base hit off the bat of Van der Rijp, and then a infield single. This ball flied to shallow center field. Dinsky coming on. He makes the catch, throw back to second base, and it's not in time, as the runner had actually taken off towards third and had to get back quickly. That's Melendez. So the fly out to center field is out number 2, and the Disciples have 2 outs and runners on first and second. Chris Emmerich steps up to the plate. 2 down, runners on first and second. And that pitch is in for a strike, very top of the zone on the inside corner. That might have been the cutter from Treese. He's got a cutter. He actually admitted to me after the game a couple weeks ago against Heidenheim, he's thrown a few knuckleballs this year. I have not noticed any of them. He's only thrown about 3. There's a good pitch that was swung on and missed by Emmerich, way out in front of that pitch. Treese mostly fastball, slider, cutter. And the 1-1. Slapped foul off to the right. Still no balls and 2 strikes. Excuse me. Yeah, I think it's 0-2. Scoreboard in center field says 1-2, but pretty sure it's only 0-2. As the scorebug on your screen also reads 0-2. Here comes the 0-2 from Treese, and he tried to get him to chase that pitch outside and away. And it's ball 1. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Runners lead first and second. Little floater to shallow center field. Dinsky racing in. He can't make the catch as it pops out of his glove, and that will give Ulm a 1-0 lead. Emmerich flares a little fly ball to shallow center field, and Van der Rijp scores. And let's see how that will be scored. It would have been a nice catch. It wouldn't have been an amazing catch. And it certainly was catchable. So whether it's an error, kein error, have you heard? So it's going to be a base hit. That makes it a run batted in for Chris Emmerich, and it's 1-0. Show you that replay in a bit as Antoniuk steps up to the plate and looks at a strike. Here's the replay of the last play. Little flare into shallow center field. Antoniuk swings and misses. That's strike 2 on Lucas. So Ulm takes the lead as they draw first blood here in game 2. 0-2 on Antoniuk. And he blew him away with a fastball to end the inning. So Treese gives up 3 hits and a run. There were no errors and 2 left on. We go to the bottom of the first inning here in game 2. 1-0 Ulm. This is Haar Disciples Baseball, presented from Gesundheitsunternehmen MSD. So we go to the bottom of the first inning, and the pitcher on the mound for the Ulm Falcons is Thomas Geiger. Geiger in 14 innings has an ERA of over 17. That's 28 earned runs, 27 walks, and 6 strikeouts. So he's going to try to do what Dan Emil did in the last game, at least get through a couple innings and give a competitive performance. He is backed up defensively by Mike Emmerich at third, Efthymius Fluga the shortstop. Malik Reinhardt is the second baseman. Lucas Antoniuk is playing first base in game 2. The outfield, Tim Ludwig is in left. Michael van der Rijp is in center. Luigi Chinardi is in right field. And the catcher behind the plate, Chris Emmerich. And so Geiger has thrown his final warm-up pitch. He'll deal with Nate Sean Thomas, the designated hitter, leading off, and then Francisco Riestra and Will Thorpe, 1, 2, 3. The rest of the Disciples lineup, Dinsky, Patrice, and Mushik, 4, 5, 6. Infante, Pinheiro, and Schmidt, 7, 8, 9. So Nate Sean, in the first game, had 2 walks and a hit by pitch. He scored 2 runs, but beyond that was 0 for 3. And he gets a quasi game off, being the designated hitter in this one. And the pitch is just a bit low. 1 ball, no strikes. That was my Harry Doyle impersonation for you, everyone. 1 ball, no strikes. And a swing and a foul, 1-1. As Geiger coming in with that fastball. And Thomas was ready for it. He was hacking. Lazy, lovely summer afternoon. Summer solstice just a few days away. This one bounced at the plate and somehow did not hit Nate Thomas. And also ends up on the grass beyond first base. I don't know how that ball didn't hit him. It looked like it was headed straight for him. It must have spun away when it hit the dirt. 2 balls and a strike. Went off the catcher. Big cut, nothing there, 2-2. Well, Geiger has alternated pitches well short of the plate with a couple of good fastballs, and he's got an even count, 2 balls, 2 strikes. This one in the dirt and gets through the catcher Emmerich, 3-2. Give a shout out to the YouTube user Play With Domination, who's commenting in the chat saying baseball looks like a fun sport. Well, you are correct. It really is a lot of fun. It's also very, very difficult, I gotta say. That's ball 4 and outside. But if you've never played baseball before, I suggest you try it, even if you just do it sort of the sandlot way with a wiffle ball or maybe a tennis ball and a bat. It's a lot of fun. There's all sorts of variations. We used to play as kids on the side yard of my house. We had all these rules. If you hit it over the tree, it was a home run. If it hit the house across the street, it was a grand slam home run. The neighbors loved it. Of course, it was just a tennis ball. Francisco Riestra takes the ball high, 1 ball, no strikes. And for me, the thing that got me hooked about baseball is just something about the whole, that perfect feeling that you get when you hit the bat, hit the ball and the crack of the bat. It's just, there's something about that that's beautiful. There's a strike. 1 ball and 1 strike on Riestra. Riestra had himself a great game 1. He had 3 hits, 2 runs scored. 3 runs scored. He scored the game-ending run. There goes the runner. And Thomas steals second base. As Emmerich's throw was high. And so he's in scoring position. That's the tying run. Now, baseball is a game you can do all sorts of versions of it. Play with 2 people. Get a crumpled up ball of aluminum foil, for example. Use that as the ball, and you can set up markers. If you hit the ball past a certain distance, there's your single. Past another one, that's a double. as Riestra waits on that breaking ball and fouls it away 2-2. Yeah, if you've never tried playing before, I recommend it. I wouldn't recommend jumping in the box against somebody throwing 100 miles an hour if you've never played before. That would be scary. The pitch, fly ball to right field down the line, and it's going to be foul and over the fence, out of play. Now Riestra, who hits the ball to the right side almost exclusively anyway, but he really looks like he's trying to do that because you have Nate Thomas at second base. If he hits a ground ball to that side, Thomas can very easily cross to third. If he hits one to the left side, Thomas has to wait. 2 balls, 2 strikes, nobody out. Bottom of the first, 1-0 Ulm. Fouled away. That was a good cut by Riestra. Will Thorpe is going to cross in front of your screen right now. There he goes. Go get the ball. And here he comes again. He's the next hitter. 2 balls, 2 strikes on Riestra, choking up on the bat, and here it comes. There's a floater into left field, a base hit. Thomas being waved around, and he will score. Slides in just in case. Well, Riestra, who almost never pulls the ball, hit that ball off the fists, but got it into left field, and Thomas scores easily. We are tied at 1, as Tim Ludwig barely got to the ball before Thomas had already slid across to the plate. That ball died in left field. So, Riestra is at first. The Disciples have immediately tied the game. There's nobody out, and the hitter is going to be Will Thorpe. Thorpe in the first game tripled, singled twice, was hit by a pitch and walked. So you could say he had a pretty decent day at the plate, was on base all 5 times. Pitches in the dirt. Riestra, a big lead off first, but not going anywhere. Ball 1. Now you might see Riestra take off here. But first they're going to give Thorpe a couple of cracks at swinging at the pitches of Thomas Geiger. 1 ball, no strikes. Here it comes. That's in the dirt. Good block by Emmerich. 2-0. Tim Ludwig, the left fielder, is playing way off the line. If Thorpe were to get around on one, there's a lot of real estate out there. As is the gap in right center field, as the center fielder Van der Rijp is playing Thorpe to pull ever so slightly. In the dirt again, and another good block by Emmerich. 3-0. Thorpe has the green light. That ball looked like he got off the right hand of Emmerich. That's always tricky. It is not easy to be a catcher. Watch where this pitch was, and you'll see Emmerich pop up and start shaking off his right hand. That must have got him in the bare hand. And Dan DiBacco dusting off home plate. That's a little courtesy move. Umpires and catchers, they will look out for each other, because if you're back there, you're going to get hit a lot, and it will not always feel good. And so DiBacco doing Emmerich a favor, calling time, walking the ball out to the mound, and then dusting off home plate. 3-0 on Thorpe, who's probably got the green light here, but he also might just be taking to see what happens. There's ball 4 up high. Riestra will go to second. Thorpe is on first. 2 on, nobody out for David Dinsky, as Thomas Geiger has yet to retire a Haar Disciple so far. Dinsky checking the signs from Tufts. There's a small contingency of Dinsky fans here. Dinsky in the first game had 2 hits and 3 runs batted in. That's a strike on the corner. Good pitch from Thomas Geiger. Fastball painting at the knees. Oh, 1. That's another good block by Emmerich. He's done that, I think, 4 times already this inning. There's not even anybody out yet. Did it twice to Thomas. starting off the game. A couple more times to Thorpe. That might have been the 5th one. First and second, nobody out. Riestra and Thorpe, the base runners. Dinsky at the plate. 1-1 the count to him. Swing and a miss. Dinsky's using a different bat this game from what he used in the first game. He had that yellow and black bat. It had the yellow barrel. Now he's going for the old school, straight up wood colored bat in this game. That's actually unusual. I have not seen Dinsky. Dinsky likes to use either the black and yellow, or he had another one that was completely black. Different look. 1-2. And he got him swinging with a fastball. Thomas Geiger coming right after Dinsky gets the first out of the inning. And that'll bring up Daniel Patrice as we look again at that last pitch. So Dinsky comes up empty. Then the flying Frenchman, Daniel Patrice, will come up to the plate. Patrice entered the first game and grounded out in his only at bat. He also got hit by a pitch. There's a strike at the knees on the outside corner. So Geiger suddenly is hitting his spot. Nothing in one. That breaking ball way high and outside. 1 ball, 1 strike. One and one. That's outside. 2 balls and a strike. Very sudden entrance of the organist on that one. That'll cut everybody by surprise. Might have been the wrong button. 2 balls and 1 strike. Up and in, 3-1. There have been a lot of hit batters today. None especially painful, I don't think, but there were 5 in the first game, if I remember correctly. I am not going to go back and check my scorecard because it's a complete mess. But it was a lot. The pitch on the corner. Quality pitch from Geiger, right at the knees. That is not a hitter's pitch, and Patrice, sitting 3-1, was looking for something to drive, and that was a pitcher's pitch. And Chris Emmerich taking a minute to had taken his catcher's helmet off. Now he's back down there in the catcher's box. There's 1 out, runners on first and second. Tied at 1, bottom of the first inning. Patrice, the Disciples' leading home run hitter, at the plate. There go the runners. That one is going to go all the way to the screen. Riestra a big turn, but he will hold on. That ball actually ricocheting halfway back to the plate. And Thomas Geiger picks up the bat and flips it back to Enzo Mushik. That pitch was actually ball 4, so not even a wild pitch on that, just ball 4. So the base is loaded for Enzo Mushik. And that time Emmerich got tired of trying to block those pitches in the dirt with his body. And it just went on by. It was ball 4 anyway, so got to pick your spots where you can give yourself a rest if you're the catcher. 3-2. Excuse me, not 3-2. Bases loaded, that's what I meant to say. It's been a long day, you know what I'm saying? 1 ball, no strikes. And the pitch, that's on the corner, 1-1. The inning started with Nate Thomas walking. He then stole second and scored on a Riestra single. Then Thorpe walked, then a strikeout, then another walk. So actually, only 3 walks in the inning. It's been the walks that have really set this up. That one bounces off the catcher up the first baseline. 1 run will score. That makes it 2-1. Thorpe with a big turn at third. That is a wild pitch, if ever there was such a thing. So Riestra scores. Thorpe to third, Patrice to second, and they count 2 balls and a strike on Mushik. Boy, Emmerich. Boy, you can see why they didn't want him catching 2 games. Boy, that is some work. Took that one off his shoulder, and you can see he's already a little bit knocked up. He's shaking his right arm. He's taking one off the bare hand, taking one off the shoulder, and Daniel Husband wants to check on him and at the same time go out and have a meeting with Thomas Geiger. Let's watch this pitch again. Watch where this gets Chris Emmerich, the catcher. Looked like it got him just on the right shoulder. When the ball bounces that far in front of home plate, it's tough to tell where it's going to go. And the best a catcher can hope for is just to sort of throw their entire body in front of the thing and try to corral it, prevent it from caroming off in a weird direction. There's nothing he could have done on that, however. He appears to be okay. The meeting on the mound is over with. And so the Disciples leading 2-1. Mushik with a 2-1 count. There's only 1 out in the inning. That was the strikeout of Dinsky. So the Disciples trying to bring home a couple more runs right here in the first inning. Mushik looking at a 2-1 pitch from Thomas Geiger. There's a strike. He's thrown a bunch of good pitches. It's when he finds that release point. He has not really shown much of a breaking ball. But when he fires it in there, that's got a little bit of movement on it and decent velocity. There's a 2-2. There's the curve. And that's, you can see, if he's not able to throw a curveball like that, the Disciples can really zero in on the fastball. But that's part of the process, right? That's how it works. You've got to do it a bunch to get good at it. 3 balls, 2 strikes. Geiger to Mushik. And that's outside, ball 4. He tried with that fastball again and just barely missed. That is the 4th walk of the inning. Bases loaded for Juan Infante now. That nice summer breeze picking up a little bit. Feels really nice here at Haar Disciples Ballpark. So Juan Infante Jr., shortstop in this game. He had a very good first game also. Had 3 hits, at least according to my scorebook. And the fastball high. One ball, no strikes. Bases loaded, nowhere to put him. That missed low, 2-0, just barely. Well, with 4 walks and 1 hit in the inning, this has been a slowly developing rally. That one's on the corner, 2-1. Nothing but fastballs from Geiger. Man, if you're Infante, you're looking for something to drive to the alleyway in right center field. Outside, ball 3, 3-1. And that's ball 4. That'll force home a run. 5th walk of the inning. That's a run batted in for Infante. So Patrice to third, Mushik to second, and Infante at first, and now the hitter is Miguel Pinheiro. Disciples leading 3-1. That's in the dirt, ball 1. Pinheiro in the first game reached via the walk and then scored a run. That was in the second inning of game 1. After that, he was 0 for 2. Getting the start at second base here in the second game. He played first base in game 1. That's a pitch on the corner. 1 ball and 1 strike. And the return throw to the pitcher gets away for a moment, but nobody going anywhere. Thomas Geiger finds it. Pinheiro, the 8th batter of the inning. The corners are playing up. They will come home. Anything hit up the middle, they'll try to get 2. And the pitch is high, but Geiger is going to have to force the issue. The Disciples being very patient, as is their wont. 2 balls and a strike on Miguel Pinheiro. Patrice, Mushik, and Infante as Pinheiro fouls it away. Those are the 3 base runners. Patrice at third. He reached via walk. In fact, all 3 base runners are on via the walk. 3 consecutive walks. 5 of 7 batters, 5 of 8. Well, this is the 8th man to bat, but 5 of 7 have walked. That's outside, just missed. Full count, 3-2. Well, if you've been wild, you're not going to get those borderline calls. So, bases loaded, 3 balls, 2 strikes. There's only 1 out. Pinheiro waiting, and here it comes. Ground ball to the hole, that's a base hit. Patrice will score. Mushik being waved around. He will score, and it's a 2-run single for Miguel Pinheiro. And the Disciples have put up a 5 spot here in the first inning. Infante stayed put at second base. Well, Geiger kept falling behind and had to come in with the pitch on 3-2. Pinheiro didn't try to do too much, just put a good solid swing on it. There's a big hole there on the left side, and he grounded it right through the hole. And 2 runs scored easily. Still only 1 out, and now Niels Schmidt will step up to the plate. Disciples leading 5-1. Bottom of the first inning. And the pitch. Swing and a miss. Schmidt in the first game hit a home run over the center field fence. He was 1 for 5. That was his 2nd home run of the season. Just missed high. 1 ball and 1 strike. Over 50 pitches in this inning for Thomas Geiger. That's a laborious inning, to say the least. And there's still only 1 out. That's drilled to right field. Chinardi is drifting over, and he makes the running catch. Tagging from second and heading to third is Infante. So there are 2 down. And now the top of the order, Nate-Sean Thomas, he walked, stole a base, and scored. That was earlier this inning. Disciples scoring 5 runs so far in this game. So Thomas runs on first and third. Schmidt on first base being held on by Antonio. Not going. The pitch is in the dirt, scooped by Emmerich. And there's a swing and a foul. 1 ball, 1 strike. Well, the inning has gone like this. Walk, single, walk, strikeout, walk, 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 single, fly out. First and third, 5 runs are in. Excuse me. Sorry, I had the wrong scoreboard up there. 1 ball, 1 strike on Nate-Sean Thomas. That one is low. 2 balls and a strike. Runners leading first and third. Schmidt is going. The pitch is taken for a strike, and Schmidt reaches second uncontested. Is that Schmidt, or was that a pinch runner? That does not look like Neil Schmidt. Excuse me, it's not Neil Schmidt. It's Miguel Pinheiro, that's why. So Pinheiro steals second base. Schmidt flied out, that's why. And Thomas is hit by the pitch. And so that'll bring up Riestra, and Daniel Husband is going to come out to the mound, and that's going to be it for Thomas Geiger. That's the 2nd visit to the mound in the inning. That's got to be it. So Thomas Geiger does not get through the first inning. The Disciples leading 5-1. They have the bases loaded. And it looks like the shortstop, Efthymios Flüge, is coming into pitch. Remember, I told you that the Ulm Falcons, they do not have a deep bench today. And I have a feeling Geiger might have to go back out there and play the field. Let's see what happens. So Flüge is going to pitch. And indeed, Thomas Geiger is going to have to go out there and play the field. So he played left field the whole first game. And now he is going to go back out to left field. The shortstop, Efthymios Flüge, is going to pitch. And the left fielder, Tim Ludwig, is going to come in and play shortstop. So a little bit of a merry-go-round volleyball rotation going on. There are only 2 players on the bench for the Ulm Falcons. Well, that's tough. 2 outs in the first inning. So Flüge will inherit a lovely bases loaded situation. That's going to have Francisco Riestra at the bat. Will Thorpe is on deck. Flüge in limited pitching this year. He's only pitched 3 1/3 innings, but it has not gone well. 11 hits and 9 walks in 3 1/3 innings. 16 runs. That calculates to an ERA of around 40, which is a small sample size. He's pitched before in the Bundesliga, but you know that he's hoping he can get the 3rd out. And right now, a little bit of confusion. Looks like we're going to get a new first baseman as well. So Lucas Antoniuk, the first baseman, is running out to left field. Okay, so that's different from what Daniel Husband told us. Okay, so here's what's happening. Lucas Antoniuk is going to play left field, and the DH, Marcos Melendez, is going to come in and play first base. So that's different from what head coach had originally told us, but that's what's going to happen. And so Thomas Geiger, who's going to get the rest of the day off, and he's worked pretty hard so far today. And you can see he's actually laughing to himself as he runs back into the dugout. So now everything is set. All the paperwork has been taken care of. The bases are loaded. Francisco Riestra against Efthymios Flüge. And that one is in the dirt, blocked by Emmerich, ball 1. It's 5-1. But there are 2 outs, and the base is loaded. Riestra has the only base hit in the inning. And it wasn't even that well hit. It was just a little floater. Excuse me, second base hit in the inning. Pinheiro had one as well. That pitch is low, ball 2. 2 balls, no strikes on Riestra. Flüge comes set. And the right-hander deals. Popped up, foul ground off to the right. Melendez has a play, and he makes it. Good play by the first baseman, Melendez, and that will end the inning. So Melendez comes off the bench and immediately has an impact as Riestra pops out for out number 3, and Flüge gets out of the inning. But the Disciples get 5 runs on 2 hits There were no errors. There were a whole bunch of walks, 5 walks. Bases were loaded. And we go to the second inning. It's 5-1 Disciples. This is Haar Disciples Baseball, präsentiert vom Gesundheitsunternehmen MSD. So Zach Treese will go back to work with a 5-1 lead in the top of the second inning. He allowed a run in the first inning on a couple of hits, 3 hits to be exact. And he will deal with 7, 8, 9. Luigi Chinardi, Malik Reinhardt, and Tim Ludwig. As the Ulm Falcons will get their second look at Zach Treese, the right-hander. And he works from the stretch exclusively. The first pitch is tapped foul at the plate, strike 1. Good fastball. And Chinardi with a big rip. 0-1. In the first inning for the Falcons, they had 2 leadoff base hits. And then with 2 outs, Emmerich singled. This ball popped foul, out of play, 0-2. And that breaking ball catches the inside corner. Thorpe had set up outside, but that ball clearly over the inside part of the plate. Take another look at this on the replay. Strikeout number 2 for Treese. First one looking. And there's one away. That'll bring up Malik Reinhardt. Chinardi in the first game had been 0-3. Reinhardt was 0-2 with a walk. Fastball high, ball 1. Now you're going to look for Treese to just start pounding the strike zone here with the 4-run lead given to him in the bottom of the first inning. Swing and a miss. Threw it right past Reinhardt. 1 ball, 1 strike. Treese steps onto the mound. 1-1 pitch. Fouled away, 1-2. Looked like a couple of fastballs from Zach. One ball, 2 strikes, 1 down. Treese gets a new ball from the home plate umpire, Dan DiBacco. 1-2. Breaking ball just missed outside. Not sure if that's the slider or the cutter from Treese, but it was away. And the count now 2 balls and 2 strikes. That one is on the corner, strike 3. Nice piece of pitching from Zach Treese. That's his second consecutive looking strikeout. Right to the mitt. Beautiful pitch. And so there are 2 down. Tim Ludwig, the hitter. Ludwig started the game in left field, and now he's the shortstop. And he hits a ground ball to the right side. A chance for Pinheiro to his left. He throws him out. Clean inning for Zach Treese and the Disciples. Nothing across the board. We go to the bottom of the second inning. It is 5-1. The Haar Disciples leading the Ulm Falcons. This is Haar Disciples Baseball präsentiert vom Gesundheitsunternehmen MSD. We go to the bottom of the second inning here in Game 2 of this doubleheader. The Haar Disciples won the first game 14-4, and they are leading here in Game 2 5-1. 3, 4, and 5. Will Thorpe, David Dinsky, and Danielle Patrice against Efthymios Flüge, who is on in relief. And Thorpe takes a pitch low. Thorpe walked and scored his first time. And he takes that one high, 2-0. And he swings and drives it to deep left field. Way back goes Antoniuk. That ball is high off the net, and it's in play according to the umpire in left field. It's going to go as a double for Thorpe. I think that ball was over the net. I think it could be a home run. Let's see. The umpires look as though they're going to get together and talk about it. There's that extra net that is above the top of the wall, and if the ball hits on top of the line, it's going to be a home run. Stefan Hempfling, the umpire who's out there, immediately called that it was in play. But Dandy Bacco and Andreas Boxleitner might have both seen that differently. That's the meeting between the umpires looked like it was called by Dandy Bacco. But we're going to see what they call this, whether it's a double or a home run off the bat of Thorpe. We can watch that one more time. This is the replay. I mean, you're not going to be able to really see. Look for the ball to hit off the net. To me, it looked like it was above the line, but they're going to leave it as a double. Nope, they're going to call it a home run. It's a home run. So Thorpe circles the bases. Oh, wait, no, excuse me. I can't see, so I saw Stefan Hempfling signal something, and Thorpe then just took off for second, from second towards third. Everybody thought it was a home run trot, but actually he was just handing his batting gloves to the coach. So it is not a home run. My apologies. It is in fact a double. Well, the base umpire giveth and the base umpire taketh away. We saw that a couple of weeks ago. Gary Owens hit one, quote unquote, over the center field fence, and it was given as a home run. This one, I think this one was over, but, doesn't really matter in the long grand scheme of things. There's a line drive past Thorpe into center field. He's going to come around to third and be held there. That line drive nearly nailed Will as he was taking his lead off of second base. So a single puts runners on first and third. Let's watch this well-struck ball off the bat of David Dinsky. Dinsky hit that ball very hard. And you see Thorpe had to go back. And he was being held at third. I've been used to seeing the wave motion from Tufts, but that time he did not. Dinsky is going, and he'll make it to second base uncontested. You knew that was coming. Stolen base for David Dinsky. The ball was down and away for ball one on Danielle Patrice. Dinsky has about 1 million stolen bases this year. I got to look up the number. And the pitch was a ball. Now, Patrice wants extra time. Dinsky, well, that would have been his. He came into the day with 17 stolen bases. And he's only been caught once. That was by Simon Göring. That pitch is low and outside. 2-0 on Danielle Patrice. Second and third, the infield is back. The Ulm Falcons, they just want outs. They don't really care how many runs score. They just want to get some outs. The 2-0. That's line to left field. Thorpe will score. Dinsky being waved around. Here comes the throw to the plate, and he is safe. He's in there. 2-run single. Dinsky didn't slide. It was a much closer play than I think he thought it would be. Good relay throw by the shortstop, Tim Ludwig. But the Disciples get 2 on that. And the double/home run question with Will Thorpe is now a moot point to begin anyway. So the Disciples leading 7-1. RBIs for Danielle Patrice, 2 RBIs on the plate. As Enzo Mushik steps up to the plate now. And that pitch is over his head, off the glove, and taking second base is Patrice. That's probably going to be a pass ball. It looked like the catcher Emmerich actually had that ball in his glove and was going to try to pop up and throw to first behind Patrice. And the ball went off his glove, so that's a passed ball for Chris Emmerich. 1 ball, no strikes on Mushik. That's in the dirt while Emmerich is doing his job back there. Pass ball or not on the previous pitch, he has blocked about 10 of those that were all about 4 feet in front of the plate. 2 balls, no strikes. Catching has got to be one of the most difficult things to do in sports. Two balls, no strikes. 3 balls, no strikes. That one was a much easier block for Emmerich. I wonder if he played hockey. Three 3-0 on Mushik. Probably has a green light. And he takes a strike. Infante is on deck. 3-1. That's ball 4. So Mushik goes to first. There's still nobody out. Runners on first and second. And the hitter is Juan Infante. So Infante gets a crack at it. 2 on, nobody out. Fluge deals, and it's up and in, and Infante has to twist away. 1 ball, no strikes. Fluge trying to work as quickly as he possibly can. Grabs some dirt from in front of the mound to dry off his hand. Fluge's job is to just throw as many strikes as he can. There's the 1-0. In the dirt, that one squirts away from the catcher, and the runners advance. I'm going to say it again. Catching has got to be one of the most difficult things to do in sports. There's the physical aspect of it, actually having to block 15 pitches like that are in the dirt, and then there's the mental aspect of it. When you're down 7-1 on a hot summer day, it's difficult. Here's the pitch, fouled away off the screen, and it rolls right past me. And the pitch. That one is behind Infante. I don't know how Emmerich caught that one at all or got the glove on it. I mean, Emmerich, boy, he has just had to be all over the place back there. He blocked probably 15 pitches that were 4 feet shy of the plate. He's had to reach around the hitters. Got to give catcher credit where it's due. And the pitch popped up, foul ground off to the right. Melendez looking for it up into the sun, and it's over the fence onto the other side. Well, the runner at third is Patrice. Mushik is the runner at second. There's still nobody out. Full count on Juan Infante. And the 3-2. That is low for ball 4. So Infante fouled off a couple pitches, and that's going to load the bases for Pinheiro. So double, single, and then 2 walks. That's the 7th walk the Disciples have had issued to them. And we are in the second inning with nobody out. And the pitch to Pinheiro, that one is behind him, and Emmerich somehow caught that. But you can see the frustration on Emmerich's. He is starting to get tired of having to reach all over the place. I don't know how he caught that ball. That was behind Pinheiro. It's not even the first one this inning. 1-0. Swing and a miss, and a back pick, and the throw gets away and goes into and up. It goes past the dugout. Our run is going to score. Both runners move up. That's an E2. The throw was way to the foul side of third. So that's a bad throw on the catcher. And it was swung on and missed for a strike. So Patrice scores on the E2. Mushik moves up. Infante moves up. The Disciples lead 8-1. Watch this. As it was a back pick attempt, and the throw went way to the foul side of third. That's outside for ball 2, 2-1. Disciples leading 8-1. And Fluge stepped off for a moment. 2 balls and a strike. Second and third. That one floats in there nicely, 2-2. That actually had some break on it. That was a little, as Vin Scully would call it, a soap bubble. Floating across, 2 balls and 2 strikes. Fly ball to right center field. Chinardi is underneath it. Runner tags from third. Here comes the throw all the way to the plate. And it is not in time. Both runners move up. Disciples lead 9-1. Mushik scores. Infante goes to third. Sacrifice fly for Pinheiro. And that is the first out of the inning. The score is 9-1, Disciples. And the hitter is Niels Schmidt. That one's on the inside corner. Strike one to Niels. Niels flied out to right field his first time. And a good cut, fouls it to the screen. 0-2 on Schmidt. Pinheiro now, after that sac fly, has 3 runs batted in. He had the 2-run single back in the first inning. 0-2 on Schmidt. Slow chopper down the third baseline. That's going to stay foul. Still 0-2. Oh and 2. That one's inside. That one hit him. It grazed his jersey on the way by, and so Schmidt reaches on the hit by pitch. And the bases are now occupied at first and third. And the lineup turns over. Nate Thomas, this is his 3rd plate appearance, and we're in the 2nd inning with only 1 out. And so Thomas, who walked and was hit by a pitch, Thomas, in the first game, also had 2 walks and a hit by pitch, so he's doing what he does, I guess. And he's hit again. That one hits him on the foot. So the bases are loaded. That one looked like it hit him on the right ankle. So bases are loaded again. And that will bring up Francisco Riestra. Well, I mentioned at the beginning of the day that Will Thorpe had been hit, I think, 12 times this season. Thomas had been hit 4 times, but he's been hit 3 times today, so he's catching up to Thorpe in the hit by pitch department, and he will receive an ovation as he goes to first. Bases loaded, only 1 out. Francisco Riestra at the plate.
Bases loaded für die Nummer 44. Francisco Riestra.
Matthias, da steht irgendwie 10:1, oder? Aber das ist 9:1. Ah, 9 ist. Ich glaube, der Runner ist irgendwie heimgekommen. There's a fly ball to right center field, and it's dropping quickly. It lands for a base hit, and that will score 1 run. Everybody moves up 1 position. It is now 10-1. The Disciples lead. There's a little flare into right field off the bat of Riestra. And boy, for the 2nd consecutive inning, the Disciples will send a 10th batter to the plate. And it's Will Thorpe with the bases loaded. So Infante came around to score. Schmidt is now the runner at 3rd. Thomas is at 2nd. Riestra is at 1st, and Will Thorpe is at the plate. Thorpe has walked and doubled, and that one gets away. And that's going to allow everybody to move up again. A wild pitch to Thorpe. So Schmidt scores. And it is unraveling quickly here. That's actually a passed ball. That is not a wild pitch. That's a passed ball. That was off the glove of the catcher. Now you got to feel for Chris Emmerich. He's had a rough day back there. Not so much his fault. That pitch is outside. I mean, that first pitch actually could have been called a strike. It was that close, and Emmerich trying to frame it. Ball went off his glove. And instead, 2 balls and no strikes. And that's inside and low, 3-0. So the Disciples are leading 11-1. Scorekeeper's trying to keep up with all this craziness. This is not an easy game to keep score of. It's up 11 runs on 5 hits. That's ball 4, and that gets off the glove. Thomas is coming to the plate, and he's going to score. That's another passed ball. That makes it 12-1. So it's a walk and a passed ball. And so Thomas came home on that. The Disciples, as I mentioned, they are just no mercy. They are trying to end this game early. There's a 15-run rule after 5, and I think there's a 20 after 3. So David Dinsky is up there now. Riestra is the runner at third base. Thorpe is at first. And a ground ball pulled down the line, foul. Strike 1 on Dinsky.
Also, wo sind hier die geilsten Fans der Welt? Wo seid ihr? Auf geht's, David Dinsky, feuer an!
David Dinsky, runners on first and third. Dinsky struck out and then singled. He also scored. That was earlier this inning. And he rips another base hit to left field. That will score the 13th run for the Disciples as Riestra scores. So Dinsky is 2 for 2 in the inning.
Heute mächtig Holzgewitter bei uns im Ballpark. Im Edelking ist der Schlagmann Daniel Patrice.
So now Daniel Patrice. Patrice walked and scored and then singled to drive home 2 runs. He's also scored that second time. So he's up there with 2 on. And there's a strike from Flüge. There are 2 outs in the inning. Do I have that correct? No, I think there's only 1 out. There's only 1 out in this inning. And that's a drive to deep center field. Going back Van der Rijp. He is under it to make the catch. Thorpe had left second base thinking it was going to be over his head. But Van der Rijp made the play. That was a nice play in center field by Michael Van der Rijp. So there are 2 away now. That was a deep fly ball off the bat of Patrice. There are 2 down now. That'll bring up Enzo Mušik. So now there are 2 outs in the inning. Mušik with runners on first and second, and he looks at a pitch that's in there for a strike. 0-1. This one is inside. 1 ball and 1 strike. That's outside. 2 balls and a strike. Disciples leading 13-1. We are in the second inning, the bottom of the second inning. 13 runs on, I think, 6 hits for the Disciples. A lot of walks. And some hit batters. 2-1. That one is behind. The hitter goes to the screen. Another wild pitch, ball 3. Both runners move up, second and third now. Three-one. Ground ball. And it is fielded by the shortstop, Ludwig. His throw is wide, and this will allow 2 more runs to score. That makes it 15-1. It's got to be an E6. Now the desperation setting in for Ulm. You got to feel for them. And so, Juan Infante is going to step up to the plate. Disciples leading 15-1. Pitch is outside and high, 1 ball, no strikes. Well, the Disciples are pretty close to batting around for the second time in this inning. They've sent 14 batters to the plate in this inning. That was after 10 last half inning. This one is floated and caught by the shortstop, and that will mercifully end the frame as Infante makes the third and final out of the inning. But the Disciples get 10 runs. They scored 10 runs on, let's see here. 1, 2, 3. 4 hits. 10 runs on 4 hits. Maybe 5. I can't read my own writing anymore. Either way, they scored a lot of runs. And we're going to the third inning. It's 15-1. We'll be right back. This is Haar Disciples Baseball, presented from Gesundheitsunternehmen MSD. So we go to the top of the third inning. And well, the Disciples, they've already had most of their hitters have 3 plate appearances in this game. The Ulm Falcons, they're just now going to start their second time through the lineup. As Mike Van Der Rijp is going to start things off, leadoff hitter, followed by Marcos Melendez and Mike Emmerich. Against the new pitcher, Jan Endriat is going to take over the pitching duties for the Disciples. And that pitch is grounded to third. That's not Riestra. There's a throw to first base. Got him. And that was Thomas Patrice who just made that play. So Riestra has had himself a great day, and he's going to be relaxing the rest of the time. So Thomas Patrice, the brother of Daniel Patrice, of course, just into the ball game, and the ball found him on the first pitch. So there's a breaking ball strike from Endriat. 1 away, and Marcos Melendez, the hitter. Melendez singled, but the Ulm Falcons had a 1-0 lead at one point in this game. There's a pop-up left side that's out of play. 0-2. The Disciples lead 15-1. Melendez singled his first time. And strike 3. Good fastball from Endriat. Well, he picks up where Treese left off. Treese went 2 innings, and then he's given the rest of the day off. And Endriat comes in, gets a ground out, and a called strike 3. Take another look at that last pitch from Jan. That's what you want to see. Earlier in the season, Andriot actually suffered a back injury and was unsure how long he would be out. He missed a couple of weeks, but then he's been back at it since then. Pitch to Emmerich is high, and the second one is also high. 2 balls, no strikes to him. The Disciples lead 15-1. This ball popped foul behind the plate. Fastball in on his hands. Almost a great play by Hunter Pence out there in the outfield. Two balls, 1 strike. 2 down in the 3rd inning. That's low. Ball 3, 3-1. Ooh, and that would hit him right in the square of the back. Where Mike Emmerich hit by the pitch and understandably frustrated. By the way, there's a new catcher as well. Ryan Saunders is catching for Thorpe. So a number of changes have been made for the Disciples. So 2 down, runner on first base. Breaking ball, swing and a miss by Flüge. And he lines a base hit to right field. So Flüge gets a single. The hitter now is Chris Emmerich. Emmerich singled his first time. He's had to do his work overtime behind the plate. And the pitch is outside. 1 ball, no strikes. I think Leo Berger is in right field as well. In case you're wondering why I suddenly went silent, I'm trying to figure out all the changes the Disciples made. So Mushik is still in left. Dinsky is still in center. Leo Berger has entered the game for Niels Schmidt. He's in right field. The new catcher is Ryan Saunders. The new third baseman is Tomas Patrice. And then Infante at short, Pinheiro at second, and Danielle Patrice is at first. So the rest is the same. Andriot dealing with runners on first and second. And he fires a strike to Chris Emmerich. 2 balls and 1 strike the count, as signaled by the home plate umpire. And here it comes. Popped up behind the plate. Saunders giving it a look along with Patrice, and Saunders makes the catch. And that'll end the inning. No runs, a hit, no errors, 2 left. We go to the bottom of the 3rd inning. It is 15-1. The Disciples leading the Ulm Falcons. Haar Disciples Baseball, präsentiert vom Gesundheitsunternehmen MSD. So we go to the bottom of the third inning, and I believe that the friendly scorers have finally put it all together. The easy score has finally cut up, so I can put that scorebook back on the screen. That is correct. It is 15-1, bottom of the third inning, and the hitter is Miguel Pinheiro, 8-9-1. Pinheiro, and then Leo Berger is going to bat, I believe. Yes, he's on deck. Pitch to Pinheiro is a strike. Fluge came on in the first inning as Thomas Geiger didn't get out of the first inning. And, well, you see what the score is. That's how things have gone for him. He's just trying to get through this. The pitch is low. 1 ball, 1 strike. Well, the Disciples won the first game 14-4. In this league, there are mercy rules. 10-run lead after 7, 15-run lead after 5, and a 20-run lead after 3 innings. So at the very least, the Disciples are close to invoking the second one of those. If they were to score 1 more run and hold it there, the game would end after the 5th as a chopper foul. Meanwhile, Stuttgart defeated Mannheim in the first game, and they've taken a 1-0 lead in the second game. That's in Mannheim. Those are games in Mannheim. So Stuttgart doing the Disciples a favor if they can sweep that doubleheader. And Pinheiro reaching for a pitch that was way outside of the strike zone, fouls it away. I believe the count is full, 3-2. Well, according to the official score, it's 2-2. It is 2 balls and 2 strikes. And a ground ball to short. Ludwig gloves and throws across. There's the first out. So Tim Ludwig makes the play on Miguel Pinheiro. There's 1 away here in the third inning. And that'll bring up Leo Berger. Leo Berger had an at-bat in the first game. That was his first at-bat of the year and possibly in his Bundesliga career. I'm not sure if he's ever had any cups of coffee yet. And he takes a ball. 1 ball, no strikes. One ball, 1 strike. That's in the dirt, bounces away, 2-0. You can tell Fluge at 51 pitches, but you know, after playing shortstop the entire first game, standing out there in the hot sun for already 4 hours and then having to come in and pitch, he looks like he's pretty gassed at this point. And he throws a strike right there. Doesn't mean he still can't throw a strike. 2 balls and 1 strike. Swung on and missed on a pitch well short of the plate. Berger chasing after that one and now has an even count. 2 balls, 2 strikes. There's 1 down. And that pitch is a little high. That's a tricky one to take. Full count. That's ball 4. So Berger draws a walk. And the top of the order, but this is going to be Titus von Kopf. So Nate Thomas's day is done, and he got hit a bunch of times, so he's going to get the rest of the afternoon off. Titus von Kopf taking his spot as the designated hitter, and the pitch, that one drops in for a strike. 0-1 to Titus. Swing and a miss. Von Kopf with a big rip. And the count 0-2. They're not holding the runner on first base. There's a ground ball to the right side. 4-6 and safe at first base. Von Kopf beat that one out. So they get the force out. It's not hit all that hard. Berger is out 4-6. So there are 2 down. And Von Kopf is aboard for Thomas Patrice, who's going to step into the batter's box. Patrice came on to play third base in place of Riestra. And he has only had 1 at bat this year. He's 0 for 1. So he's up there looking at a pitch in the dirt, ball 1. Bottom of the 3rd inning. Wind is starting to pick up, and it feels nice. Nice summer breeze. Ball, no strikes. That one's in for a strike, 1-1. Patrice is a guy, he's also been used as a pitcher from time to time. That one's inside and high, 2 balls and a strike. There's nobody warming in the bullpen. It's Fluge. This is his game. Not sure who else Daniel Husband would bring in. Fluge up over 60 pitches. And he reaches for that and floats it into left field. That's a base hit for Patrice. Von Kopf will stop at second base. And that's going to bring up Ryan Saunders. Ryan Saunders came into the game, got 1 at bat. In game 1, he saw 1 pitch, and he promptly ended the game with it, lining what goes in the books as a single, but it would have been extra bases had it been another situation. It was a drive to the gap in left center field. So Saunders, who's going to spot Will Thorpe for the rest of the day behind the plate. This will be his first at bat. Thorpe had been on base 3 times. He doubled, walked twice, and scored 3 runs. So first and second, 2 outs in the inning. And the pitch is low and gets away, and the runners are going to advance. The throw gets away, goes into left field. Von Kopf is going to come around and score. And so now the Disciples have that 15-run lead that they wanted. So it'll be a wild pitch to advance the base runners and then an error on the throw, probably on the catcher. Watch it again on the replay. Emmerich, boy, his stat line is not going to look great, but he's had a very tough day. Sometimes it all falls kind of on the catcher when stuff like this happens on a game like this. He's done yeoman service. So now runner at second base, and the pitch. There's a little pop fly down the right field line. This might land. It's in no man's land, and it does. Base hit, and around to third, and coming home to score is Thomas Patrice, and that makes it 17-1. (17-1) is the score.
17-1
So after the wild pitch and then the throwing error allowed 1 run to score, and then the pop fly single, and now a ground ball base hit into left field off the bat of Dinsky keeps things going.
So, wenn es lacht, dann lacht. Das ist wie auf der Wiesn. Wenn es Bier lacht, dann lacht es schön. Und genauso ist es bei David Dinski.
And now Danielle Patrice will step up to the plate.
Macht auf dem Feld, was will. Jeder Schuss.
Well, the Disciples lead 17-1. Boy, well, you know what?
Also Run auf 1 und 2.
That 20-run rule may actually come into play. 2 down in the inning, though. And time called. Well, Patrice standing in there, and he looks at a ball. 1 ball, no strikes. Runners on first and second. That's ball 2. There's ball 3. Mushik is on deck. Strike called on the inside corner. As Pfluger reaching back for that fastball. He did that on a 3-0 count. Line down the line, just foul. Patrice got around on that one, really whacked it, but he hooked it, and it landed about a meter to the left of that foul line down the left field side. So now the count is full 3-2. 2 down, the runners will be off with the pitch. Not that the Ulm Falcons really care at this point. The payoff is low, ball 4. The bases are loaded again. And that'll bring up Mushik. Now, Mushik has walked twice and popped out, 0 for 1 officially, but he scored 2 runs. And that one's fouled back, strike 1, first pitch. The Pfluger has been throwing that little floating breaking ball a lot. I don't know if he's throwing a knuckleball or what, but he throws a fastball in there sometimes. And when he really throws it, he's got something behind it. That's low. 1 ball, 1 strike. But he also looks like he's trying to just conserve his energy. And save his good fastball, I guess. 1-1 on Mushik. Bases loaded. That's low, 2-1. Now Pfluger working as quickly as he can. That's a strike. Mushik had time to double clutch on that one, and it floated in inside. Count even, 2 balls, 2 strikes. Bases loaded, 2 down. And full count. Well, if Mushik goes deep here, the game might end. Well, it would end on the 21 rule. He's not a home run hitter, though. We will see. And he strikes out swinging. So Fluge comes back with that fastball that he saves and gets out of the inning. The Disciples played a couple more, however. They get 2 runs on 1, 2, 3 hits. They left the bases loaded, and we continue to go on to the 4th inning, 17-1. Haar Disciples Baseball präsentiert vom Gesundheitsunternehmen MSD. So we go to the top of the 4th inning. And Lucas Antoniuk against Jan Endriat. Fastball strike. Antoniuk, this is Lucas Antoniuk's 2nd at bat in this game. Meanwhile, everyone on the Disciples has had 4, except, well, no, the bottom of the order has not had 4. 1 ball, no strikes to Lucas, who struck out his first time. And a little half swing floater left side, and that trickles away from Patrice. And that's going to be a little excuse me single. Didn't even mean to swing at the ball. Well, sometimes it's better to be lucky than good. I once heard Vin Scully describe something like that as bouncing a bad check into left field and putting it in the bank. I'm not going to say that, though. That one didn't even make it to left field. It barely got past the pitcher's mound. But it's a single, and Luigi Cinardi steps up to the plate. Breaking ball just missed. Now that's that good breaking ball from Endriat. He's got a really good one. When he snaps it off, it goes straight down. 0-1 on Cinardi, who was struck out looking by Zach Treese way back in the 2nd inning, which was like an hour and a half ago. And they're not going to hold on the runner in first. There's a swing and a miss. 2 balls and a strike. Ground ball left side, off the glove of Patrice. He picks it up and fires to first in time to get the out. Moving to second on the play is Antonio. Patrice in there for Riestra. Ball was hit pretty hard to his left. Let's watch it again on the replay to see how he handled this one. And, of course, you can't see. He's right behind the pole. He was able to knock it down. He didn't field it cleanly, but he had enough time to get the throw to first. So there's one away, and Malik Reinhardt. Reinhardt also struck out in his only other plate appearance in this game. And Andriot's pitch is a strike. Jan came on. He allowed a hit batter and a single in the third inning. Ground ball towards short. Infante has it and throws to first in time. There's two away. Antoniuk with good base running moves to third. And that'll bring up Tim Ludwig. Ground ball left side. That's going to get through, and it's a base hit for Ludwig. That will bring home Antoniuk. That's the second run for the Ulm Falcons. RBI single for the number 9 hitter. And that makes it 17-2. And turns the lineup over. Mike Van de Rijp will step up to the plate. 2 down. And Andriot misses low and outside, ball 1. Well, Ulm had a 1-0 lead at some point in this game. That was a different era. There's the 1-0. Good curve. That was in there for a strike. That's the beauty of that pitch. Andriot, not a big guy, but he can get the ball at home plate with some velocity, and he can really get some downward spin on that breaking ball. He really throws it over the top. The 1-1. Squibbed towards second. Pinheiro shovels and throws to first and gets his man. Good play by Miguel Pinheiro as Van der Rijp is quick down the line, and he was just barely out at first base. But the Falcons get a run on 2 hits, no errors, 1 left on base. We're going to the bottom of the 4th inning. It's a close one, 17-2. Haar Disciples Baseball präsentiert von Gesundheitsunternehmen MSD. So right now, I think the Ulm Falcons think the game is over. My understanding was that it's a 15-run after 5. The Disciples have a 15-run lead, and it's been 4 complete innings. And what's happening now is that the umpires, first of all, Dan DiBacco came out and was like, hey, guys, why is there no team on the field? And the Ulm Falcons are sort of in their dugout saying, the game's over, right? And now the umpires are signaling, no, the game is not over. You have to come out and play another inning. So if that's not the, the wear and tear of a season that has led to a record of 0-25, I don't know what is. Can you really blame the Ulm Falcons? Not really. So right now, the umpires are actually asking the official scores. Okay. All right, so we have now decided that the ball game is over. This exciting conclusion has been brought to you by MSD. That was the weirdest end to a ball game I think I've ever seen. You know, it's the Bundesliga. Everything's a little, now I'm going to admit, I haven't seen a lot of 15-run walk-offs, and I was under the impression that it was 15 after 5, but I guess they changed it or something, or hang on a second.
Gespielt. Dankeschön, Haar Disciples Team. Einen schönen Gruß natürlich auch an die Ulm Falcons. Kommt gut nach Hause, ihr dürft auch noch ein bisschen da bleiben, dürft auch noch was essen, was trinken. Kommt gut und gesund und sicher nach Hause.
Well, the Disciples win by the score of 17-2 after 4 innings, and they sweep the doubleheader. They score more than 30 runs in the 2 games, and they got what they wanted. And they are now going to turn their attention to the scoreboard in Stuttgart, where Stuttgart is leading Mannheim 2-1. My name's Tim Collins. I would like to thank you very much for sticking with me, not only for this game, but also for the whole season. Remember, you can support our broadcast. We're trying to raise money so that we can lay the cables to install a permanent center field camera. And you can find the GoFundMe link in the YouTube description beneath the main video window. So once again, final score, the Haar Disciples 17-2 over the Ulm Falcons in 4 innings, a shortened game due to the mercy rule. And go out there and enjoy the rest of your Saturday afternoon/evening, everyone. It's a beautiful day for it. I will see you at the beer garden. Thank you very much for watching. That's it for me. Good night.